starts here. The Rains have parted ways for some exciting cricketing action. Let's head out to the middle to start things off. The toss with Salmio Badri.
The tension is quite palpable out in the middle as we get set for another portion of this multi-format tour. It's T20 time, and the essential persons are here. Match referee Sir Richard Richardson, Kushal Mendes out of Sri Lanka, and West Indian captain Shea Hope. They're here for the toss. Shea has the coin. He gives it a flick.
Tail.
You say tails? Can we redo it? Because I didn't hear what he said.
Okay, we will have to redo it because the match referee didn't hear the call, so we'll go one more time. Shea, give it a flick.
Tail.
Tails. Tails is the call. Tails it is.
This time it's a tail. He wins the toss. Kushal, a nice smile. You won. What are you going to do first and why?
Bat first. I think we're looking a pretty good wicket. Then we are trust our bowling unit and a very good experienced bowling unit we have.
Over 100 T20 international matches for your country, never captained before. Tonight you do. What does that mean to you to lead your team?
Yeah, I'm very happy to lead my team, and we have a very good experienced team and very good past captains. We have a couple of captains. I'm enjoying my captaincy, and going forwardly when I see how to play the matches and everything, and the guys support really well to me in the one-day series also. I'm very happy.
One of the most destructive batting units in world cricket is controlling that middle overs and death overs, a major part of your planning tonight?
Yeah, of course. I think a little bit hard to play in Jamaica, the middle overs and death overs. I think we have a very good Bennett lineup, and then a middle order and low order. I hope the guys don't understand that the guys' role. Then I hope the guys doing very well in the last couple of years also.
Your combination for tonight's opener?
Yeah, we are playing 3 seamers and 2 main spinners and 1 debutant, Lasit Cruz Pulle, and that's it, our team.
Looking forward to you guys in action tonight. All the best.
Thank you.
Shea, if you can just make your way here quickly. Shea, it's been a work in progress for some time now, trying to get that balance between power and efficiency. What's been the major challenge in achieving that objective?
We still got to look at the brand of cricket that we're playing. We're very powerful cricketers, but I'll just say just make sure we're not playing too many dot balls. That's the biggest thing for us.
Sabina Park has usually rewarded teams that are aggressive and shown a lot of intent. How important is it for you guys to impose yourselves early in this contest?
We'll be bowling first, but yeah, we got to make sure we play the conditions really well and adapting as quick as we can. Especially here in Jamaica, you know, one time it could be very, very good for batting, the other time you got to adapt and play those strokes with spin. But yeah, we just got to make sure we play the surface and play our best cricket today.
A new group of guys have joined this particular team. How has the unit gelled together?
It's been a quick turnaround, but the guys are gelling well. We've been playing together for quite some time, even though we've not been in the squad all the time. But we know each other very well, and it's something that we always talk about in the dressing room. So looking forward to the guys getting a go and they get a chance.
Who are your spinners in for tonight, and what's your combination?
We got 2 spin, Akil and Roston. Multi misses out, and we've got the 4 seam options and the 2 spin. Yeah.
All the very best for tonight's opener, Shea.
Thank you.
There you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle, Sri Lanka, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Yeah, for the West Indies, chasing again. They've only won 4 of their last 14 T20s when chasing. I've got a couple of all-rounders alongside. You're used to these faces by now. Stacey and Adams, Carlos Brathwaite. Ladies and gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, I should say. Let's start at the beginning of this series, Stacey. I'll go to you. West Indies strategy in a new cycle, what would it be?
Well, I think one of the things that they're looking at, if you look at the integration of Akeem Ogis and Jewel Andrew coming back, is probably long-term succession planning, just looking to have those right options when they need to. And I think that's one of the main things that they'll be looking to in this series.
Carlos, you've played with a lot of these Sri Lankan members that are coming to the Caribbean. They've got new leadership in coach and captain. How does the strategy change, if at all, for them?
but I think it's an exciting time for Sri Lankan cricket because I look at their bowling attack. You talk about bowling winning you tournaments. It's a lot of variety, whether pace or spin, and the pace attack especially, I think, is world class. So they have something really nice to build upon, and then you have Pathum Nissanka and Kusha Mendes, who are world leaders with bat in hand.
Right. Well, we're going to hear a lot more from these two very soon, but the rain has gone. We need to tell you about conditions before we do anything. Head out to the middle. Jimmy Adams was there earlier.
Welcome to Kingston, Jamaica for this the first T20 international between the West Indies and Sri Lanka at Sabina Park, where for the last 4 or 5 days there has been terrible weather here in Kingston, and we're still keeping our fingers crossed here tonight because there is a little bit of drizzle in the air, but the clouds are high, so we're hoping that we can get a full game of T20 cricket. Now the wicket here is a lot different than it was a year ago, same venue against Australia, when there was an even and very robust covering of grass on the surface. This one is a lot more patchy with regards to grass, but because it was the same wicket that was prepared for last Saturday's ODI and then resurfaced again for the ODI scheduled for Monday past, the ground staff has put it under a lot of repeat rolling, and the report is that it is very, very hard. So I'm expecting hard, true bounce, even carry. And when you marry that with a full game and two immensely talented teams, it's a recipe for very entertaining T20 cricket here in Kingston.
A son of the soil. Thank you very much, Jimmy Adams. We've got a few Jamaicans, one being Robman Powell. Of course, we'll see him tonight. And this batting group for the West Indies, same personnel with a new challenge.
At this point, we're trying to see if we could break our record in this series and see if we could get as many sixes as possible.
I think this T20 series for us is very important because this is the beginning of a new cycle for us, and it's important for us to win it. We are at home, and we want to maintain a good winning record at home, and even for the fans.
Try to back up performances, try to be as consistent as we possibly can, try to win more and more games, especially at home. Whichever and whenever team comes, they know that they're against it, not us.
What we spoke about is trying to win 3 games in a row rather than win 2 and let the team win 1. I think for us, we are very hard on ourselves for this series. We're trying to win 3 games in a row.
I guess from the World Cup to now, I guess we've made like some additions into the team. Yes, we had some youth into it, but I guess the dynamic of the team that kind of just stays the same really with how we plan to approach each and every game.
It's a step forward for us as a team, and the guys are very locked in. We're excited. Even I'm excited about the challenge, and I think once we do the right thing and do it for longer and just trust the process, I think there's no stopping our side.
I think it's always a challenge playing an international team, really, and Sri Lanka is one of those teams that everyone kind of sees as an underdog, to be fair, but I have no idea why. Really and truly for us not to think too much about past games or whatever it is, just think about, okay, we're going into a new game, a new series and everything with basically just a clean slate as it is.
As a team or as a nation, we're known for T20. I think this is where we as a team very unstoppable. We have all that in the back of our mind, and I don't think we should take this side for granted. It's a good side, and as I said, we just want to make sure that we're clicking in every area. I think once we can do that for a longer period, I think we can win more games, and even for the World Cup, I think we have a better chance.
Batting group talking about you, talking about a few records. It's been a couple World Cups now. They've not made it out to the Super 8 stage. Carlos and Stacey, and when we think about that batting, what the combination is for that 2028 World Cup, maybe we'll begin now, and you can sort of go by today's team, and it tells you where Darren Sammy, Shea Hope are thinking, Stacey, in terms of that batting group, the importance of those members.
Yeah, well, you obviously have the explosiveness of Shimron Hetmeyer, more than likely at number 3, and I think that opening combination between Shea Hope, the captain, and Brandon King, very important to give the West Indies that good start, and then they have those other explosive options in the middle, even Jason Holder, we know his abilities with the bat.
Carlos, we've long talked about the West Indians 6 hitting, but their bowling has been somewhat of Achilles' heel. How do you move that forward and get better with the ball?
Yeah, I think combinations are very important. Matthew Ford made a very difficult decision with his performances in the T20 World Cup, and that's not been too long gone. You found someone like a Gudakesh Moti missing out tonight, so there'll probably be some difficult discussions to have. There are a few all-rounders in there. Do you want to go pace heavy, or can you trust your bowling attack to close out a game for you? Those are the questions that need answered. You cannot continue to concede over 200, 210 and win cricket games more often than not. So that is the challenge, that is the gauntlet thrown down to the bowling group.
Yeah, no doubt we're going to see a lot of experimentation from these two teams. And maybe it's begun tonight with the fact that they've left Gudakesh Moti out, Stacey. Your thoughts on that combination, going with the pace of Shamar Joseph, Jason Holder, etc.?
Perhaps a bit conditions as well playing in on their mind in terms of probably also looking at what happened in that ODI series where Kusal Mendes totally took down Gudakesh Moti. So perhaps they're thinking that the surface is a bit hard, so they need to go with those combinations, looking at more seamers and change-ups if needed.
Yeah, we're seeing the Sri Lanka side now. Lasith Cruz Pale, he's making a debut, the 27-year-old. Carlos, your thoughts now as we see the West Indian team without Moti and with the three all-rounders really in Holder, Shepherd, Ford.
Yeah, it's a decent balance. You still feel as though Shamar Joseph with the Yorkers that he bowled in the World Cup, he has to do that more consistently because he brings a point of difference. Holder, Shepherd and Matthew Ford all quite similar in the pace that they bowl and what they're trying to do. But I'm excited to see Shimron Hetmyer at number 3 again. He passed the test in the World Cup. Can he show that form consistently?
Brandon King, who missed the last World Cup game for the West Indies, is back in, so that's something to watch as well. But we focused a lot on the West Indian all-rounders. There's one in the Sri Lanka camp. He's no longer captain, but he's still a leader.
Dasun, welcome back to the West Indies. Tell us a little bit about your journey, the trip here, and how your preparations have been personally.
The trip been a little bit exhausted, but you know, as professionals, good to be here. First time playing a T20 in Caribbean, so hopefully I'll enjoy.
You have overseen some tremendous achievements over Sri Lankan cricket as captain, no longer captain now. What do you see as your role in this team given your significant experience?
Yeah, see, as a senior player, I always need to, you know, support the captain and the players, which I always do. So doesn't matter though I'm captain or not, I'm happy to contribute with bat and ball and share the experience in the dressing room. Yeah.
Notwithstanding your lack of T20 experience here, you've been here before. What are some of the challenges, particularly from a batting perspective, in these conditions?
When it comes to bowling of West Indies, they got a lot of experienced campaigners in their side. So, so after a big tournament like IPL, you know, they are in their best form. So, I mean, we need to over by over, we need to, you know, take the game on. So that will be the most important thing, assessing the conditions. So yeah, so we are ready for that. You know, boys are ready to take the challenge.
International cricket is dominated by power and aggression, particularly T20 cricket. Where do you see that balance between that power and game awareness and really understanding match situations?
Yeah, Sri Lankans are always well known for game awareness and handling the situations. So when it comes to West Indies cricket, it's about more about power. So yeah, they got a slightly ahead game than Sri Lankans, but you know, we got that power fire in the Sri Lankan side at the moment as well. So which is a good thing to have.
Thank you very much. All the best today.
Thanks.
Thank you to Samuel Badri for that interview as well. Carlos, Dasun Shanaka is someone you've played with. What is the role that gets the most out of him in this Sri Lankan team?
I think he's helped by the fact that they have such a potent bowling attack now. If you look at him as a batting all-rounder, he's someone you put in most teams. He's a power hitter, but without the brute force that we know and associate with West Indians. He's more of a timer of the ball for 6. Can hit the ball through the offside, but can clean you up straight and through the leg side. When you ask him to also be an out-and-out all-rounder bowling 4 overs, that's where you can kind of push him out of the limelight. So now that he has less bowling workload, we can see the best of Dasun Shanaka, who in my opinion is a quality world-class all-rounder.
Like Carlos Brathwaite was once in his day. Stacey, if we look big picture now at some of the differentiating factors for the West Indies, what will it be if they're to win this series?
Well, as I said, you know, I know that they're looking to integrate the youngsters into it. But one of the things that is required in all forms of cricket is structure and discipline, and they need to have that continually throughout the match.
Carlos, I'm seeing Jason Holder over your right shoulder. His importance as he goes on today.
Yeah, very important. Bringing that IPL experience. He's really taken the T20 game by storm in the last 12 to 18 months, breaking records with ball in hand. But his batting as well, as that low order hitter, has become vitally important.
You're going to give me a prediction, you two? Series prediction. Who's taking it?
That's a tough one. West Indies.
Carlos.
2-1 West Indies.
Right, Stacey,
2-1.
Carlos, I'm going to leave you and I'm going to make my way to the middle to make sure that we are ready. The land of wood and water tonight becomes the center of entertainment in Caribbean cricket. It is West Indies and Sri Lanka. It is ladies free tonight with live entertainment. We are ready for quality action with some of the best players on show. Buckle up after the break.
What promised to be an enthralling CWI ODI series ended with the weather dominating proceedings. Sri Lanka came out on top in the only match in which we saw any action and took the trophy. Today, attention turns to the shorter format as Darren Sammy's men look to flex their muscles and show off their power against a Sri Lankan side who themselves will be looking to improve on their home showing at the recent T20 World Cup. We are guaranteed fireworks tonight here at the thankfully dry Sabina Park.
Yeah, from the heartbeat of Kingston to the theatre of Sabina Park, it's the first game, the opening chapter in this T20. The previous two abandoned matches, this is Sri Lanka lineup for tonight. Jimmy Adams alongside me will go through this lineup.
Yeah, so starting at the top, this is probably going to be Nisanka and Kuspule to kick things off at the top for Sri Lanka. Captain Kusal Mendes in the middle with Pavan Ratnaika. And then they have the all-rounders, Kapmindo, Mendes, Shanaka and Hasaranga, who's also one of the two spinners, Tiksana being the other, the off spinner, and then the seam, Shamira, who bowls so well in the ODI series, Itan Mathlinga, and the left arm seam of Madhushankar.
Yeah, from a West Indian perspective, they too have lots of options with the ball. In terms of the fast bowlers, 4 of them. The spin, that will be controlled by Akil Hussain and Ruston Chase. No Gudakesh Moti in tonight. Brandon King makes a return. A lot will be expected of Shehu Hetmaya at number 3 has been absolutely phenomenal. Look out for him and his fireworks. Rovman Powell at home as well. Yeah, they'll be hoping to be entertained and to be on the right side of the result. So important to start a series with a win and to wrest the early initiative. Yeah, let's find out about this beautiful country, the land of wood and water.
Jamaica. It has beaches, it has mountains. It's lively, it's laid back. It roars, it tickles. It's sweet, it's hot, it's luxurious, it's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
Yeah, wonderful country and a place that we're seeing on screen that Jimmy Adams knows better than most people. Jimmy, we look at this West Indian bowling lineup and the fact that they've been one of the most expensive units going around world cricket. What are some of their objectives in this series from your perspective?
Well, I think they're going to have to start proving to themselves, first of all, that they can defend totals at international level. And I think if you break it down to the individual bowlers, people like Akil Hussain, who has come on, I think, leaps and bounds over the last 3 or 4 seasons. We have young Matthew Ford, who again keeps improving season by season. I would be hoping that we continue to see some sort of improvement from the likes of Romario Shepherd, who bats so well deep in the order. And what the team will be looking at is for somebody like him to get his bowling up to a level where he can consistently contribute 4 overs in the bowling attack.
Yeah, of the top 12 teams, they have the most expensive economy in the middle phase of the innings, the West Indies. And they're not too far off in terms of the final phase of the innings. So it's something that they'll be looking at quite closely throughout the course of this particular T20 International Series. It seems as though Kusal Mendes, the captain, will be opening the batting. Very interesting to see how he goes about it. They won the toss, remember, and they wanted to put runs on the board. Had a little chat with some of the players from both teams actually, and there were some concerns about the weather as we got here, Jimmy. There was a little bit of sprinkle, a few droplets around, and they were all looking towards that eastern side. They were looking at the weather apps. It seems as though, based on what we've seen, that we should have a full uninterrupted contest. Yeah, look at the runs. Patum Nisanka, leading run scorer for Sri Lanka. Strike rate might need a little bit of improvement. Kushal Mendes, 106 T20 international matches. Lassit Kruspule, we understand that he has made his debut. And then they have that middle order, of course, the spinners. Keep an eye out for them later on and the damage that they can potentially do against this West Indian team.
So they'll be up against a West Indies team whose bowling will be led by Jason Holder, just coming out of the IPL where he had a really good and productive season. And he will be supported by Romario Shepherd, Matthew Ford, young man still making his way in international T20 cricket. Shamar Joseph providing the pace, getting to the point where we can call him experienced now. Very good Yorkers when he's on form. And then the spin department taken by Akil Hussain and Ruston Chase.
I mentioned earlier, no room for Gudakesh Moti tonight. We have seen the West Indies use the two left-hand orthodox spinners in the past, but not tonight. The umpires making their way out. Zahid Bassarat left off screen. Daitan Butler, the other one right off screen. So two locals will be in charge out in the middle. Yeah, wonderful demographic, people of all ages. They've come out tonight for this entertainment to the theater that is Sabina Park. Yeah, they've just seen themselves on the big screen. Always a moment to be in awe of. Rovman Powell, Jimmy, he will be very familiar with what Sabina Park has to offer. How important is he in this squad?
Well, massively. I think Rovman Powell at peak is somebody who can take out game away from you inside 2 or 3 overs, especially in the middle. Brute force, very strong strike on the ball, does a lot of damage when he gets in and is settled in those middle overs. So the West Indies will definitely be looking to him second half of this game to contribute to what could be a very important run chase.
A wonderful moment for all of these players as they make their way out to represent their country once again. Kushal Mendes, the first time that he is captaining his country in this format. He led them before in one-day internationals in the series prior to this, but this little partnership here, Jimmy, these two can potentially set this game up for Sri Lanka.
Oh, without a doubt. We saw that brilliant innings from Nisanka against Australia recently, T20 International 100, where without using brute force, just sheer timing, he dismantled that Australian attack in the World Cup. And they will be looking for more of that from him. Mendes being, I would say, more of the muscle of the partnership. He will use brute force when he can. We've seen him very comfortable against the left-arm spin of Gudakesh Moti in the ODIs. This will be a different challenge tonight with Akil Hussain, who has come off quite a few games in the recently concluded IPL. The West Indies will be looking to him for early wickets if he can. But this would be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, confirmation of umpire Zahid Bassarat standing in his 15th T20I. And his counterpart, Daitan Butler, also his 15th T20I. So no seniority out in the middle. Right, Akil Hussain, he's done this for such a long time for the West Indies. Look for that one that drifts back into the right-hander. Everyone knows about it now, but knowing about it and playing it, two different things. First ball of the T20 International Series. A little bit of a loosener. It will challenge the boundary. I don't think that it will get there. They'll be looking for 3. A good hustle, good start for Sri Lanka.
Heavy outfield here at Sabina Park, understandably, after 4 or 5 days of heavy rains. Meant that shot that would normally have gotten to the ropes, stopped comfortably short. So it's 3 runs to Nisanka to get the Sri Lankan innings off and running. Akil Hussain electing to bring in his deep mid-wicket and put his mid-off back to long off. So the 2 men out for him, long off and deep square leg.
Yeah, that's a little bit fortunate. Back of the bat, gets it very fine. There were some concerns around there from the fielding team as to where exactly that one went. The most matches played for your country before captaining Kushal Mendis among test playing nations. 106 matches before he actually led the team. Jimmy Neesham had 103 before he was captain of New Zealand. So it's a record that Mendis now has. Right, 2 different approaches for Akil Hussain for these batters. As you so rightly pointed out, the fielders in the deep, they differ for the 2 different batters because of all of the data and the analytics around. They understand strengths and weaknesses, and they're giving themselves the best chance of success based on the data. That's the one that has brought him so many wickets in the past, Jimmy.
Excellent delivery. Excellent delivery from Akil Hussain, deciding in his 4th delivery to show his alternative delivery to Nisanka. The ball, instead of turning away from the bat, sliding into the right-handed batsman.
He has protection in the deep. A couple of them. Does it bisect them? It does. Perfectly bisected those 2 fielders in the deep. And some discontentment for Akil Hussain.
Nisanka reacting very quickly to a ball that was just short of a length and perfect placement. Perfectly splitting the deep mid-wicket and the square leg to get his first boundary of the over and the first Sri Lankan boundary of the innings.
A wonderful line and length to finish the over. There is something on the surface. 1 gone, 8 without loss. A nice little start for Sri Lanka, actually, getting 8 runs of the first over. You want to try to get yourself in, manage risks early on, but at the same time, because of the short nature of the contest, get a move on. Matthew Ford had a wonderful World Cup not too long ago. Been given the new ball this time from the Michael Holding end. Right, his 2 fielders out, deep 3rd and deep backward square. What line does he operate on? And that's his stock delivery, the one that comes back into the right-handers. And because from the end he's operating, he's going against the breeze, actually.
So change in the field for Nisanka, who will be facing forward for the first time. The 3rd man comes into the ring, and he's using 2 men out, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg with a fine leg up as well. Play and a miss. Bit of width upward by Matthew Ford, and Nisanka very quickly into position but not making any contact with the cut shot. Ball actually dying a little bit as well, Samuel. Not carrying as much as either batsman or wicketkeeper would have thought.
Yeah, prior to that delivery, he fortified the leg side. So the expectation perhaps was a straighter line. So maybe he got away with that one with the width on offer. Does he adjust? And he does adjust. And that is where his protection is, leg side. These two, Jimmy and viewers, have aggregated more than 5,000 T20 international runs. Nissanka and Kushal Mendis. A remarkable partnership. And that's that ball a couple deliveries ago that died on the way to Shea Hope. Something to keep our eyes on. So 5,000 runs plus between these two, and less than 4,000 runs from all of the other 9 players combined. And that speaks of their productivity and their immense value to this Sri Lankan team. Intent is there. Not connected as well as he would have liked, but certainly pitched up, and he's looking to go.
Matthew Ford getting a little bit of swing into the right-handers. Hit Nissanka's pad the previous delivery. That one coming into Mendes, who attempted to go aerial through the onside. Really scuffing it, not making anywhere near the contact that he would have liked.
Yeah, there is a fielder tearing in. Almost got there. Sherfin Rutherford, I think, didn't quite get there in the end. He was at full tilt. It stayed in there for a long time. Hit into the breeze. Maybe he got there, but just couldn't hold on.
Mendes shimming across, trying to lap it over fine leg. Didn't make the contact he wanted. He got height. And in the end, he got just enough distance to keep it away from the outstretched arms of Sherfin Rutherford, who should be disappointed. It was a chance. It will go down as a chance.
Yeah, this time it will be 4. Places it well enough. Errant delivery, yes, he has to be upset with himself. 15 without loss after 2. Eight in the first over, 7 in the second over, so progressing nicely early on Sri Lanka. Yeah, a lot of pressure on the captain. First time captain in his team. You won the toss, you wanted to bat first, you're out there first up, so you want to set the tone. That's what you do as a leader. He finds the gap, should just be a single. A little bit too short from Akilu and Jimmy. The last ball of the previous over, just tucked away for 4.
Had been a good over up to that point, had created a chance that went down, and he would be so disappointed with that delivery. Matthew Ford finishing the over with a loose delivery down leg that provided that boundary for Sri Lanka. That's better. Single, but that's better from Hussain.
Yeah, he's still trying to find that ideal line and length. Just like a batter has to assess conditions and adapt, so too bowlers. I think the last ball of his first over, Akil Hussain, was ideal in the line and the length. Had Pathum Nissanka a little bit unsure and tentative. Outside of that, though, he's been a little bit on the shorter side.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's that delivery again, but they're looking for it now. World cricket knows it's coming, so they're keeping it out at the moment.
I would also think that just looking at what Mendes did in the 1 days, Hussein would not want to come too close with his mid-on up because it was a shot that he played very well a few times off Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, short and dispatch. It will be 1 bounce for 4. He has a mid-on and very quickly picks that length onto the back foot, dispatches it disdainfully.
Well, this is where Akil Hussein has paid the price for showing that length too often to both of these batsmen, to be honest. And Mendes on this occasion didn't miss out, quickly onto the back foot and just electing to go over mid-on, keeping it safe, 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, adjust the length, he adjusts the pace as well. Pretty risk-free batting, you'd have to say, apart from that 1 shot that Kushal Mendes played in the previous over. So smart, the cricketing smarts and the mental acuity to play international cricket on display at the moment. Wonderful end to the over again from Akil Hussein, 22 without loss. Night time in New Kingston, quiet at the moment. Nice little crowd has come in for the cricket, which is refreshing. Matthew Ford will continue. This time he makes connection, a whole lot of it. That's not a shot, that's a statement from Kushal Mendes, first 6 of the innings.
Well, needing no invitation, it was close enough for him to do what we've seen him do a few times in the ODIs. Hitting straight, a checked drive straight back over Matthew Ford's head. Cleanly hit, cleanly struck, and the first maximum here tonight at Sabina Park.
They're constructing a wonderful platform at the moment. And then that, wow! Back-to-back 6s. We had to wait 4 overs for it, but they came in succession. And that's all class from Kushal.
Well, he might have missed the first one. He might have given a chance on that occasion. This time, there was no mistake. He was into position early, and he got enough bat on this one, and there's enough pace, small boundary. And the result, 6 more to Mendes. This is excellent T20 batting from Sri Lanka. Good start from these 2 at the top.
Talk about productivity from this partnership. He's really taken the feel out of the equation there with some ballistic strikes. Kushal Mendes. Shea Hope leaving his position behind the stumps, going all the way to Matthew Ford for a quick word. Slower delivery, he has protection there, so just a single. Maybe that was the message from Shea Hope to change things up a little. But it has to be said, Jimmy, wonderful batting.
Oh, excellent stuff. Excellent T20 batting. We've seen the muscle straight back over the head on that occasion, and then very next ball, the subtlety of coming across and lapping over fine leg. Actually played a sweep shot the next delivery, so he's showing quite a range at the minute, Mendes.
And Lanka wants to get going, doesn't middle it, as well as Mendes previously. Mendes, who just a little while ago had faced more deliveries than runs, he's since changed that quite dramatically. Current strike rate of 200 for Kushal Mendes. That's the sort of statement you want to make as captain, as having made the decision to bat first.
Pressure back on Matthew Ford. Bowling to the man who's running the show at the minute. Will be a wide signal. Bit of pressure here on the West Indies at during this first power play, Sam. And Matthew Ford starting to feel the pressure at the minute. He's been targeted. And maybe, as you just alluded to, maybe there isn't enough variation given the pace at which he's bowling to cause any serious thought or necessity to think from these batsmen.
Yeah, fine line with no variation to too many variations. Back-to-back slow balls. Pace on this time. Remember, if we cast our minds back to the only match that was played, that first ODI, Kushal Mendes was caught at short square leg trying to play that sweep shot. I think of a slower delivery as well of Matthew Ford. Yeah, the whole manual scoreboard. Can't get Duckworth Lewis pass score from that, can you?
So how will Matthew Ford come out of this over? 2 sixes at the top. Let's see how he comes out at the back end.
Two fielders converge, should be just a single. It is expensive over nonetheless, though 17 coming from it, 39 without loss.
Brothers, come! Yo, don't kill yourself in the midweek. How long after that deep midweek it will be?
Jason Holder will pick up from Courtney Walsh.
Yeah, confirmation of that previous over being the most expensive by some distance as well, and that now with this start has resulted in a change of bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. Very experienced Jason Holder, 17 wickets in the recently concluded IPL. A tale of two halves really, but not bad in context. This could be a wicket. No, it's not. Sails over all of their heads. Fielder signals 4, 1 bounce.
Well, Nissanka not wasting any time to signal his intent with regards to Jason Holder. Not a bad delivery. And the ball could have gone anywhere, but it decided that it would go over third man up in the ring, 1 bounce, and 4 more to Sri Lanka, who are motoring at the minute, 43 without loss in this, the 5th over.
Clean them up, what a response. That's experience for you. Jason Holder at its very best. First one down for Sri Lanka.
Brilliant reply from Jason Holder, the locals getting involved. Everybody happy to see this outcome, full and straight. Hitting the pad and deflecting onto the middle stump. Jason Holder gets the first Sri Lanka wicket to fall. He's happy. The West Indies are happy. The locals are happy. And Nissanka has to depart. He goes for 18. It's 43 for 1.
New batter for Sri Lanka. Lasit Kruspule has made his debut before in the Asian Games. But this would be a moment that he will remember for a long, long time. Top order batter, quite aggressive, I'm told. 49 wickets for Jason Holder for the West Indies, in the West Indies now. And a wonderful start just coming through. In 2025, he picked up 97 wickets in all T20 cricket, the most by any bowler in a single year in T20 history. What a 2025 he had. Huge shout that looks adjacent. They're going to review it. They certainly will. Yes, review taken straight away.
TV umpire to director, we have players review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
Yeah. Just give me yellow, roll it.
Okay, very close to the inside edge of the bat. Can we have outside edge just to confirm? Outside edge coming up, okay. Rolling, flat line as the ball passes the bat. There is no bat involved, no bat involved. Can you move the ball tracking, please?
Jason Holder has a hat-trick already, yes?
Original decision not out, impact in line, wickets hitting. All right, we're going to need to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, you're going to change your decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
So confirmation, umpire Bassarat changing his decision, and the West Indies immediately get wicket number 2. Jason Holder elated. Excitement among the West Indies team, and Kruspule, who is debuting in the West Indies, he goes without scoring, and the score now 43 for 2.
For the West Indies, 2-2 for Jason Holder. New batter for Sri Lanka, Pavan Ratnayaka. Couple 50s to his name, a wonderful strike rate, but he'll have to consolidate now. Jason Holder is on a hat-trick already, has a T20 international hat-trick. He was the first West Indian to take a hat-trick in T20Is, and on that occasion it was 4-4. Against England in Barbados at the Kensington Oval. Many of you fans will remember that. He's on a hat-trick again. And listen to the roar behind him. Anticlimactic. 50 wickets in the West Indies now to Jason Holder. That's the first 49. That's the 50 that it did look good live. Umpire Bassarat wasn't convinced, but the decision had to be overturned. He is a tall man, so perhaps the bounce and maybe the angle might be the concerns for the umpire. Look at the elation. He joins Zakir Hussain as the other West Indian to 50 wickets at home. T20 international wickets, that is. West Indies needed an over like this, Jimmy.
Oh, for sure. It was leaking and hemorrhaging before this over, and Jason Holder has responded tremendously with those 2 wickets. This latest delivery, a bit of a waft from Ratnaika. But those 2 wickets have just brought the West Indies back into this first power play that was really not going their way since the beginning of the game.
Brilliant over from Jason Holder. Double wicket strike, 5 gone, 43 for 2.
It's been a capricious start to this match so far. Sri Lanka was sailing along, and then all of a sudden 2 wickets in 1 over by Jason Holder to pull things back. Nissanka is still there though, Pawan Rathnayaka to join him. Shamar Joseph to close out the power play as well. White to start. Alongside me, Carlos Brathwaite. Entertaining start to this game, Carlos.
Yeah, first with bat. Sri Lanka come with all guns blazing, and Jason Holder was the man that had to stem the flow of runs, and what better way to stem the flow of runs than to get wickets. And that's something that he's done well over the last 18 months in T20 cricket, whether franchise or international. He's still a leader, he's still the talisman of the bowling attack, and he's proved why.
West Indies just looking to build on what Jason Holder did in that previous over. Sri Lanka, as you mentioned, was flying high. Still a decent run rate though, just for these 2, Pawan Rathnayaka. A lot has been said about him and his potential. Coming in at number 4.
Yeah, it's an important position in T20 cricket. You can find yourself in a position like this, very close to not the power play with bat in hand, or you could come in after a really good start, or 2 balls down.
Goes for it, just over the leaping Ravman Powell. So he gets his innings started with a boundary.
Found a way to get a boundary, low hands, able to scoop and get under that Yorker length. Just missing his Yorker, Shamar Joseph, and just was enough for Rathnayaka. Exaggerated step back as well, interesting to watch.
Now he picks this one up, there's a fielder lingering. He takes it, oh, just brilliance from Hetmeyer. I'm sure the umpire will want to take another look at that. But from up here, it looks like a magnificent effort to pick up the 3rd wicket for West Indies.
There's a lot to love about this catch.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for fair catch. It's a fair delivery. Can you show me your best angle, please? Okay, catches it inside the boundary, grounded inside, releases the ball, still inside the boundary. All right, contact with the ball only made inside the boundary. I have a decision for the big screen, please.
confirmation of Shimron Hetmeyer's brilliance on the square leg boundary. Ratnayaka has a short stay. He has to go back for 4 from 5 deliveries. Sri Lanka 49 for 3. A new batter, Kamindu Mendes, an impressive wide again to start. 50 up as well for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he backed away. Something has gotten in the way there, either from Shamar or the umpire. But they're trying to force him to hit into the wind. Shamar Hetmeyer pedaling back because of that wind factor. Getting his hands on the ball and having the presence of mind. You can see a little bit of a dart in because he knows the ball is going into the wind. And he was caught out. And he made a good adjustment.
A lot happening out there. They're scrambling for a single. Able to complete it successfully, but almost chopped that one on as well. Kamindu. Captain Shea Hope is happy with what's happening out there after the fast start that Sri Lanka had.
Yeah, it's joy. Fielding is so important. He's a live wire.
Oh, it's an edge. It's an edge, but there's no one there. So it flies through to the boundary. Sri Lanka needed that. Unfortunate for West Indies, but Kusal Mendes will take it.
Yeah, batting fielders out of good positions. There is the slip for the new batter, but Kusal Mendes is in, and he gets a reprieve because of it. Slip out, and guess what? Gem of delivery, nick through slip. Tough luck for the bowler, good luck for the batter.
Oh, that was so close. Dangerous option there by Kusal Mendes to end the 6th. And the power play as well. Sri Lanka 56 for 3. West Indies sailing high with those 3 wickets. But still, you look at the run rate for Sri Lanka. 9.3. Those wickets has been the deterrent. But a good partnership here is probably what these two will be thinking to get things back on track for Sri Lanka. Look at that last delivery right in front of his stump. Had that missed his bat, it would have been 4 for sure, Carlos.
Dexterity from the batter. And that's a good thing about world-class batters now. We've seen that shot from Kusal Mendes in this game already. We know the length he wants. We know the area he wants to hit. But when he doesn't get it, that length, and to hit in that area, he's good enough to adjust. And it's very important for all the young batters watching. Yes, you want to play the fancy ramps, but you have to be able to adjust if it isn't in your area. And that could be adjusting from over fine leg to over third man, or it could be just changing your shot and getting out of the ball if you're foxed by the bowler. It's a very good battle with bat and ball just now with Shamar Joseph versus Kushal Mendes.
Beautiful. Beautiful length and line as well from Jason Holder.
Jason Holder's been immense. We normally accustomed to seeing watch him swing the ball into the left-hander, but he's using the conditions. It's a big breeze from left to right where we watch, from leg to off to the left-hander. And Kamindo Mendes would have seen the dossier, big in-swingers to him from Jason Holder. The cricket plays on the day. That's not just a cliche, and Jason Holder's showing you why.
Looking for a quick single. And they get there in the end.
Good cricket. Jason Holder's giving you nothing. What do you do? Soft hands. Good call from the skipper. Good reaction from the batter. Quick single. Left hand, right hand combination. Would have been close, but that's the risk you have to take.
And that just leads me to pick you up on that adjustment point that you were making earlier about the adjustment in the way he approached that shot to Shamar Joseph, Kushal Mendes. Adjustment to the situation as well. Kushal Mendes, I'll continue after this delivery. Really good fielding, looking for a single, not on. So a very important, packing up the bowlers in the field. Good job there, Matthew Ford. But just to continue on that point, Kushal Mendes known for being fiery at the top, known for taking the bowlers on. But because of those 3 quick wickets, he has adjusted to the situation and just looking to get himself to possibly the end of 20 overs.
Yeah, this was close. This was the run out, probably just home. But yeah, it's batsmanship, and it's a level of maturity that we've seen for Kushal Mendes in the last 2 years that probably was missing when he first come onto the scene. You get older and you get wiser. Well, some of us do, and he's showing how wise he's gotten over the last couple of years.
This one is another appeal, perhaps tailing down a bit, asking a question of his skipper. They're going to have a conversation about it, West Indies. There's some interest in this.
0.
Yeah, not doing enough. Probably going down leg. From my vantage point, anyway.
Yeah, it's that breeze again. Ball swinging in prodigiously. Probably struck on leg stump and missing. So good call from the umpire. Shea Hope, keeper, angling down the leg side as well. There's always a good insinuation of where you think it's potentially hitting. Keeper obviously is covering just in case it misses the pad, and if it would miss the pad and hit the stump, he'll be directly behind the stump as opposed to heading down to leg stick. Interesting mid-on and mid-off in the circle.
This one is picked up. There's cries of catch it. Just land short in front of Shamar Joseph.
59 for 3.
You going down? You going down here?
Sri Lanka largely on top for the first half of that power play, but then entered Jason Holder who picked up 2 wickets in the 5th. In fact, Sri Lanka lost 3 wickets in 8 balls. It's really stalled their progress. Joseph to continue. Really nice shape on that delivery. A lot happening out there for the seamers.
Yeah, I just want to go tempted share. Hope would be to get a slip in. It's a little bit of movement again. We always talk about this win factor. We harp on about it, on a good length. Just a naughty little jab, Kushan Mendes. And as you mentioned, he's adjusted. He's gotten into this frame of mind of trying to get a single. I think it's now or never for the West Indies. You have to get him out in the next 1 or 2 overs before he catches his flow again.
Picks it up, and picks it up well. He has launched that over the cover area for a maximum. You're talking about him getting his flow? Perhaps he's just finding it back.
It's the reason why he's world class. This is why. Just too full. Eyes all the way onto the ball on contact. And the supple wrist to get it over cover, knowing that the fielder in the deep on the offside is a lot squarer.
Better length, just pulling it back slightly. Shamar Joseph.
It's a strange field set for the batter. You have short third coming a little bit finer, point almost at deep gully, and then instead of a traditional deep cover, you have a deep point. The man you normally see in the power play with 2 men back, 1 square leg, 1 deep point. So they're covering that square shot, which makes the extra cover shot that he played earlier even sweeter.
Oh, he's foxed him, it's in the air. He takes it. A really well-judged catch by Ruston Chase. So after that 6, Shamar Joseph has answered back with a massive wicket in the context of the game.
Just reward. You have to sense moments. West Indies have sensed a moment. Kushan Mendes lost just a little bit of momentum. Just off colour. And Shamar Joseph was there. Ruston Chase was there. Kushan Mendes is no longer here with us. He's gone. Important wicket for the West Indies. 36 off 23, looking good. 65 for 4 Sri Lanka.
New batter, Dasan Shanaka, previous captain of Sri Lanka. An experienced campaign, and they need all of that experience now. A spot of bother, you'll say, especially with that wicket of Kusal Mendes. Struggling a bit with his line tonight. Has picked up those 2 wickets importantly for West Indies, Shamar Joseph. Yeah, I thought initially it was a slower delivery, but I'm thinking he was just trying to work it to get a single, playing it a bit too safe. We mentioned the frame of mind that he's in, just looking to take his team in a good position, and perhaps just looking to work it to the leg side and get in that top edge.
Yeah, when you're trying to just caress the ball through the leg side, sometimes you get out in front of yourself. So how he played it made it seem as though he was deceived by a lack of pace. But I feel it was just him trying to get 1, maybe 2 into the leg side. This is the last delivery, a flash of the blade from Dasun Shanaka, and West Indies are now all over Sri Lanka.
And again, oh wow, he has the ball on a string, Shamar Joseph. 66 for 4 after 8. Yeah, so the top 4 taken out. All wickets going to the seamers, Shamar Joseph and Jason Holder, who started things. Kamindu Mendes and Shanaka in the middle, looking to repair for Sri Lanka. Perhaps the way they started, Sri Lanka, a bit of an assessment period now for them, rethinking that target that they had in mind at the end of 20. Change of bowling as well. So more seam bowling. Romario Shepherd now with ball in hand. Good areas to start. And just riding that. Bullseye to start, and then an LBW. Was on a hat-trick there. Jason Holder, and then brilliance from Shimron Hetmeyer, which accounted for that wicket. And the latest victim, Kusal Mendes, just looking to work it to the leg side, and a really well-taken catch by Ruston Chase. Oh, wow. And that's a lifter. That's not who you expect to see those type of deliveries from.
Little misbehavior. 129 kilometers an hour, so not the quickest by any stretch of the imagination. But that's the beauty of the cross seam delivery. If it hits the flat side of the ball, it can skid through. And if it hits the right part of the seam, you can get a little bit of a jump. And that did jump Romario Shepherd as much as it did Shanaka.
Yeah, Romario was pleasantly surprised as well. The amount of bounce he got, perhaps from the length that it read from also. All of the West Indians had an interest, or the West Indians around the bat had an interest as to where that dropped and took off. Yeah, top stuff from Romario Shepherd, and it's so important him coming in now replacing Jason Holder, who was economical and picked up wickets at the other end, for him to back things up. So a really good start from Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, this has been fantastic. You know, I'm trying to get out of a spell, so Shamar Joseph and Jason Holder in tandem would have been difficult. Started the collapse, 4 down, they accounted for all 4. You now need the next bowler to come and follow it up. And Romario Shepherd has done a fantastic job thus far.
Able to stop it cleanly, but got a hand to it, slowed it down, so yeah, just a single.
The big question is who comes from the other end now? Do you go Shamar Joseph for a third? There's something of an unwritten rule where you don't try to bowl bowlers 3 straight, but that's more so if there are 2 batters in that can line them up. There's been a procession of wickets. Or you can go from the MS Dhoni playbook and look to bring back a Matthew Ford who hasn't gone that well, but with 2 new batters at the crease, can you slip an over of him in? This man on screen, it's all his decision. What's going on in that head of his?
Seamers are having such a good day out here on this surface. You keep seeing that flashing blade and the ball passing the outside edge of the bat, and you're wondering if there's a case for a slip. You asked for it earlier, Carlos.
Yeah, what impressed me with these seamers is the lines that they've bowled. They haven't given any width. So even that delivery, trying to cut from 4th, 5th stump, the widest.
Yeah, nice follow-up delivery, just tucking him up. So not being too predictable with the line to end. Sri Lanka 69 for 4.
Right time wrong, huh?
Chase continuing from the Courtney Wall champ.
Well, you were asking a question earlier, Carlos, and it's been answered for you. Roston Chase, they've turned to spin. Surprising move?
Yeah, a little bit surprised. There is a left hand at the crease coming to Mendes. That's a good matchup for the right arm off spinner. So that could be the reason.
Goes for a reverse right away. Doesn't come off. Looking to be innovative.
Yeah, Roston Chase is someone who always make things happen as well. First ball into the attack, reverse sweep pulled out. When we saw a similar dismissal in the ODIs, not this time.
Goes again. Makes really good connection this time. So wasn't too bothered by the fact that he didn't get it the first time. The second time around, nailed it.
Yeah, backing your plan. Switch of feet. Going to a really good position. Just needs to get it over those two players. Short third and point. Good quick foot movement.
Basically took that one off his stump. Kamindu. And Sri Lanka, I think they'll prefer a lack of pace on the ball, given what we've seen from the seamers. Can also present an opportunity for West Indies. One seemed to grip a bit of turn.
Hasaranga and Tikshan will be smiling. A little bit of grip at pace. Wow. Looking at a couple balls ago from Roston Chase. Good seam. Look at the change in direction. Angling in and would have probably gone on to hit leg stump and spun appreciably to go over the top of off.
Goes for the sweep. Thinking two, but it'll remain one. It's another bad start for Roston Chase. Some encouragement for the spinners. At the end of the 10th over, Sri Lanka 75 for 4. And with that, we'll also have a drinks break.
75 for 4 after 10. Sri Lanka started with 39 without loss in the first 4 overs. The last 4, or last 6 rather, have belonged to the West Indies. 36 for 4. It's been a good comeback led by Jason Holder. They'll be hoping for 160 plus at a minimum. Cricket returning to Sabina Park in Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Where we are, the land of wood and water, the perfect place for
mountains. It's lively. It's laid back. It roars. It tickles. It's sweet. It's hot. It's luxurious. It's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
It is the perfect place for a getaway and for some cricket as well. Big summer ahead for this part of the world. And the West Indies will be hoping to get their first series win of the summer. Romario Shepherd continuing. The rebuild is on through the experience of Dasun Shanaka.
Yeah, something has to give tonight. It's where one weakness collides with another. West Indies have been the most expensive bowling team in this phase of the top 12 teams in this format, and Sri Lanka, they've been the lowest scoring team in this phase of the match in the middle overs. So something has to give tonight.
It's gone high and it's gone long. It's the power that we've associated with this man in the past couple of years.
You're no longer the captain of this team. I spoke to him before the start of play and asked him what's his role. And it's to guide the younger players. It's to use all of the experience that he's gathered around the world and bring it to bear on this young team, this team trying to find an identity. And straight away, after the drinks break, a 4 followed up by a 6 in the slot. Deserved punishment.
Carried to cover. I suppose it's a good indication of the brand that Gary Kirsten and new leadership intends to go forward with for Sri Lanka cricket. Remember, they've knocked out in the Super 8s after a promising start at the World Cup. Beat Australia, went unbeaten in the groups. You think a team 4 down at the halfway stage may be looking to rebuild. They've come out the drinks break doing the opposite.
Yeah, how often after the drinks break have we seen wicket falling? I don't want to jinx anything. Still a couple deliveries remaining in this over, but you're right. It shows and it speaks of the intent of this team and the sort of identity that they want to forge moving forward, away from home especially. We know how strong they can be in their conditions, but it's away from home where you really want to show your class and quality.
Probably the first over where the West Indies and the Pacers especially have missed their length a couple of times. Shepherd has come back well last 2 deliveries, but particularly the
best hands in the world, eh? Best hands.
Let me know that.
Best hands. Catches everything.
Let me know that. Let me know that.
And we prove it.
Head coach Aaron Griffith talking about the hands of Shimron Hetmeyer. We've seen it at the World Cup, seeing it now. Nice finish from Shepherd. 4 singles to end the 11th. 89 for 4.
Over. Shafi. It's the last run. Maybe if you can give us a heads up when
Okay.
Yeah, I was doing it.
Sri Lanka bolstering their bowling attack as we've seen in recent years. So it means then after Hasaranga, a lengthy low order for the West Indies to attack. And Roston Chase is going to continue the 6th bowling option for the West Indies. So same 2 post the break. Fourth over of spin, Sam, and all the overs have been bowled from this end. The Michael holding it. Seen a bit of purchase for both spinners so far. Hitting the gap by Kamindu Mendes, who is quite a good player of spin when he gets going.
Yeah, short-arm jab, really wonderful timing. There are 2 fielders positioned there. Just look at the timing. From that particular shot, it raced across for 4. Hitting against the potential turn from Roston Chase. Yeah, you mentioned those overs from the spinners. There is something on that deck if you are able to bowl at the ideal pace. There is some bounce, there is some turn. We saw Roston Chase, we even saw a couple from Akil Hussain. And remember the potency of the Sri Lankan spinners. So you don't want them getting up past 150. Too many past that if you're the West Indies.
Across his stumps. You wonder, without Moti tonight, when Akil Hussain does come back, and if Kamindu Mendes' presence at the crease, the ability to sweep both ways, is keeping Hussain out of the attack.
Yeah, the willingness to play those types of strokes. We saw Kushal Mendes against the fast bowlers with those little dings behind the wicketkeeper, some reverse sweeps. That is significant in terms of how you play the spinners through the middle overs.
Then you can add using your feet as well. 95 for 4. Sri Lanka post the World Cup now will have their sights set on that 2028 event. We'll be planning, experimenting, testing different combinations, maybe different personnel in new roles. Akil Hussain returns now in the middle overs.
Straight away the sweep comes out. Straight away he rotates the strike. He gets the left-hander back on. And we talk about situational awareness, game awareness. These little moments in the game, they add up in the end. And we've spoken about how much of a struggle it has been for Sri Lanka during this phase. So it'll be interesting to see how they continue along. Hussain over the wicket now for the left-handed Kamindu, who's hitting leg side into a slight wind at the moment. Lots of protection there.
He's hit it so straight that even Jason Holder with his long strides can't get there.
And that strike brings up the 100 for Sri Lanka. Tossed up. Really good decision to go straight back. Always a lot of value for your strokes down the ground. Does he adjust the length now and force him to go square?
think these are the two Sri Lankan players that can hit you down the ground probably more than any other batter in that lineup, especially Shanaka. And Kamindu, if you can complement your sweeps with the ability to score straight, you become a nightmare to bowl to.
Yes, boy.
Another sweep. Race to Shamar Joseph at that deep square boundary. Did well in the end.
Yeah, we've spoken about the spin threat later on. This is what the surface has offered so far, you know, from Akil Hussain and Ruston Chase. I remember Hasaranga's record in the West Indies. It's the best record for him of all places in the globe in the matches that he's played here.
Again down the ground, more power. This one longer. 108 for 4.
Ready.
Sri Lanka were 65 for 4 in the 8th over. This has been some rebuild from their two finishers, who have a lot of work to do in these next 7 overs. Shea Hope continuing with the spin from both ends. Remember, folks, leg side, which is right of your screen, is the longer side for Shanaka.
Yeah, the fielders out there on the leg side, off the boundary. The partnership now 44 of 34 deliveries. The last ball of that Akil Hussain over, bludgeoned down the ground. Long levers from Kamindu Mendes, and again targeting straight. Always a good idea.
The question now, Sam, is if you're Shea Hope, who would have maybe had the blueprint of Joseph and Holder at the back end, would have loved to have 2 each and can maybe still have, but do you go to one of them, your key wicket takers today, earlier than the last 5 overs to try and break this partnership?
And they're going down the leg side. Ruston Chase with the angle, so no support from Dayton Butler. Yeah, good question actually. Many times captains make the mistake of thinking about the end when they can impact the game much earlier. Getting a wicket or maybe 2 in the next 3 or 4 overs will make it easier in the back end. And so as not as much worrisome as it potentially can be. So it's a risk, yes, if they do get through those overs thrown at them, it might be easier from a batting perspective. Risk reward. 4 wickets down, another wicket or 2 can change things dramatically.
Talking about the West Indian struggles in the middle overs, they've had their struggles at the back end as well, and if these 2 are set there, it will be a challenge with the ability to score 360 degrees around the ground. So this is far from over from a West Indian perspective. Two called immediately. It'll be 4. Kamindu Mendes, this has been some innings. 113 for 4.
But you know you can do it though, huh?
All right. So right now to all my 7th grade people, we have in my hand
44 runs from the last 5 overs. And it does mean that Jason Holder will be reintroduced.
Yeah, the fielder on that side, the leg side, and this is hitting with the wind, was way off. You can't see him. You see him there now running towards the boundary as opposed to running around. Last ball of the over, position yourself on the boundary, particularly if you're on that side of the field. Again, the little cricketing smarts that has to be embedded in these players.
3 deep leg side. Carry, but does have the option for the right-hander to go wide, trying to make him hit offside, and for the left-hander leg side. That's a longer boundary and into a slight wind.
There's so much experience from Jason Holder. He's been around for such a long time. Has been in almost every situation that you can possibly think of. Been there, done that.
So good when you have the power to hit 6s down the ground and the dexterity to be able to get through for that quick 2.
If the partnership comes up with that double, the fielder's leg side, they are off the boundary, folks. But this was weighted to perfection. Realize that it's not a boundary option. Can I dink it for a couple? Realize immediately that 2 were on. And they got it quite comfortably. 51 or 41. Can they accelerate now at a rate that they'll feel comfortable with?
Could get another 2 this time. Less intentional, and full credit to Kamindo Mendes, who is the one pushing, desperate to get back to the other end.
1 for the over, 1.
Yeah, 1 short ball for the over. This is mishitting to perfection, if ever there's such a thing. Didn't connect it. 1 hand off the bat, but look at where it landed. Perfectly for him to get a couple comfortably. There's a deep backward square shift in Rutherford, but the mid-wicket raced there before him in Shimron Hetmyer. He'll take credit for weighing the shot to perfection, but in all honesty, it was a mishit that resulted in another couple.
Does he go to his Yorker now to follow up that shorter ball? Attempted. I was listening to your question to Shea up at the toss, Sam, even recently talking about the middle over struggles. For this West Indies team, you think about the best bowling teams in the world and how they're able to get teams out. It's not a reliance on 1 or 2 bowlers. They hunt in packs. And can the West Indies find a group of 4 or 5 options that each game you can have 2 to 3 guys putting their hand up as being the key wicket takers, not just 1?
Yeah, if they want to be in the top 4, top 5, which I know they want to, they'll have to work that out quite quickly.
Come on!
3rd double in the over. So even when they're not getting with the boundaries, this is critical, folks. Remember this passage of play when we look back on this game.
Eight runs from the over, 1 delivery remaining. No boundaries hit, but they've scored off every single delivery. And that is where they pride themselves. I listened to Dasun Shanaka, and he spoke about understanding the requirements of the game and that situational awareness, and this man brings a lot of calmness to that dressing room. Experience in abundance.
Yorker's come out well. He's executed that well so far. 1-2, 2 for 4.
Steady progression from the power play, control from Sri Lanka in the middle phase. And it's evenly poised going into the death overs. This is where the game can be won and lost from either side. This is during the drinks break at the halfway stage, 10 overs. Very animated conversation. And it seems to have worked a treat. Batters have responded really well. Reclaiming what was West Indies in the ascendancy to close out the power play and into that 10-over period. Chase continues. Jimmy, your take on the batting prowess of these two so far in partnership?
I think they're still in the process of setting up a foundation for a really big charge at the end. We saw in the previous over where they scored off every single Jason Holder delivery. Didn't score a boundary, but still went for 8 runs in the over, which shows a level of awareness in T20 cricket that some teams just don't have. This is excellent batting in the middle.
Yeah, you talk so much about rotational strike. You have the benefit of being left hand, right hand. And they've found a way. They aren't rollicking along at any stretch of imagination. A wicket falls. No, you still think West Indies are in, maybe slightly ahead of the game going into the death overs. But they've built a foundation quite well and they've regained some impetus.
What would be interesting is to know how they read the situation. What do they think is going to be a par score for the wicket? They are batting on it. They know the type of bowlers they have. They have seen the West Indies bat in the ODIs. What would they think is a challenging score?
Catch it, catch it. In the air and gone. Ruston Chase again. Dasun Shanaka. The noose from Chase. Partnership broken.
Well, jubilation for Chase and the West Indies. Ruston Chase having the ball on the string, deciding to go wide. Saw Shanaka advancing. Shanaka left with only a hoik to leg. He got a leading outside edge, a thick outside edge, and an easy catch in the end for Robman Powell at backward point. Chase gets his wicket. And Shanaka has to go 22 off 23. Sri Lanka now 124 for 5.
Wanindu Hasaranga, someone who can tonk a few sixes, someone who'll be very interested in a couple balls that have misbehaved off the pitch so far when he has his turn to bowl. Their linchpin of their attack. But for now, with the bat. What do you think has caused Roston Chase's transformation with the ball? We could answer at the end of the over, going into next over. But we've definitely seen someone who's grown into this role of all-rounder, man for all occasion. Good finish. 16 gone, 125 for 5. Two for Holder, 2 for Joseph, and the last one for Roston Chase. Evenly poised. You think West Indies are just ahead? We were talking last over at the end about Roston Chase. What do you think has caused his transformation with the ball?
Well, I think he has a feel, almost a sixth sense for what the batsman is thinking of doing. He himself being a batsman. As we look at Ford now coming in for his reintroduction, full toss. He gets away with that one. Just think outside edge down the third one. I think Roston has that feel for what is about to happen. And on this occasion, maybe he saw the cue from the batsman just before he released it. But it's managing to get the ball just 4 or 5 inches away from a hitting zone consistently. And that's enough. That's all you need. But he really has been a go-to man in shorter version cricket over the years for the West Indies, both T20s and ODIs.
Yeah, I think that around the wicket angle is so important for him as well. Good from Matthew Ford. We saw him do this in the one ODI that got played. On the topic of Roston Chase again, I think when he comes around the wicket, he's able to use his height and his drift, especially to the right-hander. And then when he bowls the odd one that spins, it puts a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind as to which one will spin, which one will go straight. And then you add guile and the subtle changes of pace. A very difficult proposition. Good from both batter and bowler, hitting the gap again, another 2. And West Indies will be happy at 128 for 5 into the 17th over. But we think if West Indies were to be in a spot of bother and you get Tikshana and Hasaranga in the middle in bowling in tandem, can West Indies replicate the way that Sri Lanka have gone about it, trying to get these trying to get these twos, trying to get these singles and just keeping it rotating, or will they be stuck in mud? I think that can be the difference. May not seem like enough now, but you just never know until both teams bat. Down the ground and straight and big and long and 6. Just wasn't sure off the bat whether he toed it or middled it. With the outstretched arms, you have the answer.
Well, it hasn't been the best of days for Matthew Ford. Full toss right in the hitting zone. And being pumped straight back over his head for another maximum. 6 more to the Sri Lankans.
Board again, pace off. The line is so important. It's been important throughout the game. When the seamers are hitting length, it has to be 4 stump, off stump. And if you're going death and you're going full, it has to be to the side, into the wind, to the scoreboard. That full toss, albeit trying to go full and straight, was still on off stump. Still gave him the hands to go straight. So you have to be very disciplined in this area. And it's an area that West Indies have come unstuck on more than one occasion. Wide field again to finish to the right-hander. Pace off, Q end, end of 17, 135 for 5. tells a story. 43 dots, but 37 singles, 4 twos, and a 3. When's the last time have you seen a 3 in T20 cricket? The Sri Lankans have run, and they've run hard. It's their legs up, and they've run between those 22 yards quite well, whether for singles, quick singles, or turning ones into twos. Joseph into the attack. He's bowled well. And we saw at the World Cup a new Shamar Joseph. Not someone who is being an enforcer hitting the ball into the deck, but someone who's adept at bowling good Yorkers. How important is it for him to finish quite well from this end?
Priceless. Priceless to have somebody with that skill. He's still a work in progress. But if at this stage he continues to get better, he will be an asset for any T20 team. This is where you need the bankers who can give you those dot ball Yorkers, or, you know, a single off a Yorker. These are people like gold dust at this stage of the game.
Again, a single. And you mentioned dots. I actually think sometimes in the death, a single is as good as a dot. If your 2 overs in the back end can go for 5 singles in a boundary that's 9 or over, you take that. What you don't want is back-to-back boundaries, back-to-back sixes. Yes, dots will be better, but sometimes I feel as though if you bowl 2 dots to a bat and he can line you up that 3rd and 4th ball, you then go on for 6-6 or 6-4. There's 10 or 12 in 4 balls anyway. So can you get a dot and then get the batter off strike? There is bat involved. I think Shea Hope will be interested. And he is.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for leg before. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Okay, the bat is coming across the ball. Can we have Ultra Edge to confirm, please? Rolling, rolling, rolling. There's a clear gap hit between bat and ball. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when available? Original decision not out. Impact umpire's call. Wickets hitting. All right. We're going to go back to Dighton on field. Dighton, you're going to stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen, signal now.
Massive call. Some will say very well done, Dighton Butler. And some would wish he'd raise the finger and West Indies had another wicket. He can smile. Good delivery, 144 kilometers per hour, hitting the toe. There'll be a few uncles in the rum shop somewhere around the Caribbean happy with that. You can't get under a Yorker, especially at that pace.
In any era, with any generation, that is the ball to go to in any white ball cricket.
Gone! Shamar Joseph again. 140 Ks. A flash, a flurry, and a real force to be reckoned with, Shamar Joseph. He's answered the call of his skipper, and his skipper has answered the call by taking the catch.
Excellent lines from Shamar Joseph, very quick outside, off stump, 5th stump line, a bit of bounce, and a flash from Hasaranga, only getting an edge through to the wicket keeper, Captain Shai Hope. And another wicket falls for Sri Lanka. Hasaranga has to go for 3. Sri Lanka now 138 for 6.
One spin twin replaces the other. Mahesh Theekshana at the crease, and he's there because of this.
Excellent reply from Shamar Joseph, who was denied the delivery before, having a LBW decision turned down hard into the pitch, and a flash from Hasaranga and a tidy catch from Shai Hope.
It's been good. Shamar Joseph has been outstanding today. He's bowled at high pace, and he's understood the phases of play in which he's been bowling in. When Jason Holder started the rat, it was 2 new batters. He came in, he hit the deck on that test length, challenged the outside edge, got 2 wickets. Now it's the death overs, and he's gone toe, and he's gone chest height, got the wicket with the chest height delivery, and then back full again. It's been immense to watch. A young man growing in the white ball game, Shamar Joseph. Once again, full and straight. Once again, 144 kilometers per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious pace. 18 overs gone. 139 for 6.
Jason, in between.
A fall away. Kusha Mendes, Kamindu Mendes, 47 off 34, Shanaka 22. Few starts, threatened to explode. We never quite got that big partnership at a quick enough clip to get away from the West Indies. Time will tell if they have enough. Jason Holder, he started the rat. He bowls the penultimate over. This is good. Look at Roston Chase. Look at where Roston Chase is. They understand you have to keep Theekshana on strike. He's creeping in the 19th over, trying to save a single.
That is cricket awareness. That is cricket awareness. Keep him on strike. If he hits it past you, chances are he would have hit it past you even if you were 5 yards deeper. But you cannot allow Kamindu Mendes to come on strike.
Superb. Jason Holder has been A1. Not only today, but for a while now in T20 cricket. And he understands this game. He understands the ebbs and flows. He's gone full and straight. And now he's decided to take a little bit of pace off. How many balls can I bowl at Theekshana? He's 1 off 4. Dots. This is when dots count. It's high. I don't think he has enough. The hometown hero pouches it. Rovman Powell. With the adulation of the crowd behind him, the appreciation of Jason Holder in front of him. Another one gone.
Smart from Jason Holder. Pace off once again. Rolling it out of the back of his arm. Theekshana had to wait a long time before he could make contact. Didn't have any pace on it and ended up popping what was an easy catch in the end for Rovman Powell, who takes it. So another wicket down. Theekshana goes for 1. The score 139 for 7.
Rovman Powell poaching an easy catch, brings Dusmanta Chamira to the crease. West Indies have been so clever in these 3 deliveries, cramping and shutting down the tail ender. And that's clever from Chamira. Just trying to get a bat on ball to get Kamindu Mendes. Talk us through the wicket, Jimmy.
pace off into the wicket. Shot played too early, can't get any distance, gets only height, and Rovman Powell running a few yards to his right, decides to go Australian method, fingers up, and pouches it quite easily. Jason Holder has his third on the night. He's been the standout on the night. Mendes approaching what would be his fourth 50 in T20 internationals.
Bowled again from Jason Holder. It's understanding, we spoke about importance of dots and singles. When do you want the dots? You want the dots at the tail enders. You look at the bottom right of your screen, this over, 2 dots at the tail ender, got his wicket. And then when the tail ender comes in and gets off strike, you get the in batter off strike again. It's good awareness from the West Indies. They're doing a lot of good things. Tonight, they've won the important moments as well. But that's only so far. Game is only halfway gone. Not even halfway gone yet.
Jason Holder now readjusting. His long off comes up. He has long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square on the leg side.
Good finish. Over. Into the wicket. 19 gone. 141 for 7. The Manhattan, what looked and threatened to be a skyline, has descended into what more resembles a village. With 1 over to go, who can take momentum going in to the halftime interval? Kamindu Mendes would want to face as many of these 6 deliveries as possible. He's been the lone star. Nailed the Yorker again. This is quality from Shamar Joseph.
Well, at this point, it's skill v skill. Batter knows percentage-wise what's coming from Shamar Joseph. Yorkers, Shamar Joseph knows that he likes to scoop, and it's just skill v skill. On that occasion, Shamar Joseph outskilled Kamindu Mendes. This is excellent cricket. Fantastic contest.
Yeah, this is international cricket, professional cricket at its best. The highest level, bat versus ball in good contest. And again, they're trying to save a second to keep Kamindu Mendes off strike, and they don't. 50 for Kamindu Mendes of 37 deliveries. His 4th in T20 international cricket. Never know how important these runs can be. It's not as straightforward a pitch as we think. It's been high quality bowling from the West Indies, but this man has found a way. Continuously finds a way. On this occasion, head down, no doubt he wanted strike, had to come back for 2 and made it. 4 big deliveries in this contest to go. And just like entertainers would, Shamar Joseph pulls out and builds the tension. I just wonder if a better throw would have had him.
It wasn't great fielding. He had time, the man at deep mid-wicket, and it was in the end a pretty poor throw. But more importantly for Sri Lanka, it keeps Kamindu Mendes on strike.
Doesn't take the single again. And some people may ask, why not take the single? That could have been 2 runs. But with the pace Shamar Joseph is bowling, the lack of batting ability of Chamira, no disrespect to him, he sees it more important that he bats 6 deliveries. He thinks he can get more runs, turning down the odd single and potentially getting a couple of boundaries in the back end than exposing the tail.
Interesting field. Short third man, deep fine leg. Everything set for a scoop. He goes high, there's a man underneath it. And in the end, 2 more runs. And it's going to be referred. Everything happening here at Sabina Park.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire's review for run out at the striker's end. Can I have your best angle, please? Alright, ball is in the glove, wicket is broken, batter short of his ground. Okay, I have a decision for the big screen, please.
Kamindu Mendes goes, well played, 51 off 39, 144 for 8, Sri Lanka. Ishan Malinga, the new batter. In the block hole again. Sky the way for another 2. This has been quality from Shamar Joseph. He knew he was getting predictable with the Yorker. Although he was nailing it, he wanted to go something different to break the over up. That's what we spoke about. When you bowl back-to-back deliveries to one batter, you have to try something different to kind of break it up. And he went pace on into the wicket. Fluffed his lines, Kamindu Mendes. And from what we thought Matthew Ford was relaxing a little bit. But he was just judging the bunks to get the throw over the stumps. And in the end, a good piece of fielding. Down the ground again, it's been excellent. Absolutely fantastic. They're trying to sneak a single, it will just result in a run out. This has been fast bowling of the highest quality from Jason Holder to start and Shamar Joseph to finish. 3 for 29 for him, restricting Sri Lanka to 147 for 9. Once again, understanding fast bowling, knowing where and when to bowl that Yorker. Ishan Malinga, tricky little character, trying to just sneak a single, but Shea Hope was well within his rights and kept his wits about him to effect the run out. And you just never know how big a total is 147. We showed the pitch misbehaving on a couple of occasions, take nothing away from the West Indies bowling lineup. They were fantastic to finish. Sri Lanka started well. Nisanka and Kusha Mendes got off to a flyer. But once that breakthrough was made by Jason Holder and it was back-to-back, then they really didn't find anything of sorts until Kamindu Mendes and Dasun Shanaka's partnership of 50-odd. Kamindu Mendes getting to a half-century, but they're always flattered to deceive. Never really got out of second gear. 147 for 9.
Good effort from the West Indies bowlers led by Jason Holder. The partnership, two partnerships of note between Nisanka and Kusal Mendes, and then Kamindu Mendes with Shanaka in the middle. West Indies bowling 3 wickets apiece for Holder and Shamar Joseph. Ruston Chase bowled very well for his 4 overs, 1 for 19, to restrict Sri Lanka to 147 for 9.
We have one of the stars of the show down below us, Jason Holder with Samuel Badri.
Jason, joint most wickets at home for the West Indies, now 51, along with Akil Hussain, 3 for 18 tonight. Describe that performance for us.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good bowling performance by the group, and I think everybody stuck to the plans. We were able to execute what we set out to execute, and credit to our bowlers.
Let's speak about you specifically. You came into that 5th over, Sri Lanka off to a good start, 4 of your first delivery, picked up a couple of wickets. What was your mindset at that stage? Defend, try to get wickets? Talk us through your mindset.
I think some of the things that we always speak about in the dressing room is about getting new ball wickets. You know, even although they got off to a pretty good start, it's still important for me to come in and try to get some wickets. So I always think into attack, thinking to to try to break the back of the batting. But more often than not, sometimes when you defend well, it also works out as a good attacking plan.
Given all of this experience that you've accumulated across your career, what is the most important trait for a bowler when he's under pressure?
I think sticking to your guns, understanding your strengths, understanding the conditions as well too, and trying to work out what's the best balls to deliver on these conditions. I think today is a little bit too paced, and I think it's important just to keep the stumps in play. So I think that was my main aim after seeing the first couple of overs, and it worked out well for me.
That was with the ball. What will be the main aim then with the bat for your batters?
I think we've got to set it up really well. Our opening batters have to be clinical. Get us off to a really good start. I don't think it's a wicket that you can come in from ball one and free flow. But more often than not, if you spend some time in the wicket, it becomes easier.
Wonderful performance. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
A target of 148. And as we've seen so many times, that man on screen will be mightily important to getting anywhere close to or surpassing and breaching that target. We will see you on the other side to see how West Indies fare.
Jamaica. It has beaches, it has mountains. It's lively, it's laid back. It roars, it tickles. It's sweet, it's hot, it's luxurious, it's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
We are in lovely Jamaica. So much to explore here. A vibrant culture full of wonderful people. But the story here, Sri Lanka, 147 for 9. A bit of starts at the top by Nisanka and Kusal Mendes. Shanaka as well, but Kamindu Mendes with a fourth half century. He was brilliant for them, but few low scores in between there that really stuttered their charge to get to a big score. Kamindu Mendes started quite watchful, but then found his range, particularly against the spinners. Launched a few big hits down the ground as well. Very adept at sweeping. Put straight hits down the ground to see him to a well-made 51 of 39 deliveries. Yeah, that's 2 straight hits. Very significant shots in the context of how the pitch has played tonight. Wagon wheel all around the ground. West Indies bowling card, outstanding. 1 bowler going over 10, but Shamar Joseph and Jason Holder taking 3 apiece. Those 2 in combination really pulled the brakes on what Sri Lanka was hoping to get in this innings. Yeah, Shamar Joseph was mightily impressive. First wicket by way of a great catch from Shimron Hetmeyer. He's really good, picking up that big wicket of Kusal Mendes, a leading edge. Well taken by Ruston Chase, and then Hasaranga looking to make room and slap it to the offside. That's a healthy edge that Shea Hope took really well. So West Indies require 148 runs for victory. We'll say somewhat of a faltering middle over effort from Sri Lanka, given the way they started. Shea Hope making his way down those steps. West Indies will require a good start with him, along with Brandon King, who was waiting on him. And alongside me, Jimmy Adams. Good night to you, Jimmy.
Good night, Stacey. Yes, it's going to be a really important section of the reply here at the top with King and Hope in the power play period. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle in this period of play. And both men are really good drivers of the ball. Shai Hope really enjoying coming onto the front foot. Brandon King also a very, very sweet drive of the ball. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, are going to want to look to take wickets in this power play to see if they can make early inroads. And we really won't know how easy or difficult this might be until we start to see a little bit of how the wicket plays in this second half. There was a little bit there for the spinners throughout, and we know Sri Lanka depends heavily on the 2 experienced spinners, Hasaranga and Shiksana. So it's a setup for a really, really good contest here. It is not a very big score in the context of recent T20 cricket, but in the context of this wicket at Sabina Park, it could be a very interesting run chase.
Yeah, they're gonna start with left arm seam. Spoke about the importance of wickets in this phase. Dilshan Madhushankar start things off. Bowling to Brandon King. Bit of an agricultural hike across the line, gets him going. Spoke about the importance of wickets in this phase. Sri Lanka starting with a slip. A very good tactic from them to start seeing what transpired with the seamers when West Indies operated. A bit of shape. Good bounce as well. So not missing any opportunities, Sri Lanka. She hoped now to face his first delivery. A loud call of no. You see Brandon King a bit urgent, a bit of urgency. Although the run wasn't taken, but you can see that they're hunting West Indies. They know that that power play is so important. Must get a good start.
Madhushanka using a deep backward point and a deep backward square as his two men that are outside of the ring. Short third man, a cover, an extra cover in the mid-off completes the fielders on the offside, and a mid-on and a short fine leg would complete the field places on the leg side with a short mid-wicket as well. A little bit of swing there from Madhushanka coming back into the right-handed Shai Hope. Shai Hope might be a little bit disappointed on missing out on a free hit to leg, but just shaping back into the right-hander, which would be encouragement for the Sri Lankan bowlers.
It's a hold of this one. The first boundary comes up off the bat of the skipper. Was in the air for a bit. Leaping Kamindu Mendes took a spectacular catch in that first game, first ODI. Almost in business there.
Playing the numbers, West Indies captain Shai Hope had it close enough to him and reckoned that if he got enough bat on it, it would clear the fielder. Wasn't that far away, but it brings the first boundary for the West Indies, the first boundary for Shai Hope.
Another bad over to start from Madhushanka. West Indies 5 without loss. West Indies able to restrict Sri Lanka to 147 after the fiery start that they had. Yes, so Dushmantha Chamira is a new bowler. You expect pace, expect bounce, and expect some fire from Dushmantha Chamira.
Brandon King coming back into the team, having been dropped for that last game in the World Cup. Practicing on the lights last night, getting used to his local conditions. He's a member of the Kingston Cricket Club. He plays here, his club cricket. He grew up here. He'll feel very much at home in the conditions here tonight.
Nicely worked. Very good timing. Won't get to the boundary, just holds up, but really nicely worked into the gap there from King to pick up 3.
Have to be very skillful to place a ball for 3 runs at Sabina Park. courtesy, I think, more of a heavy outfield due to the amount of rain that we've had here of the last 4 or 5 days. Beautifully played by King, punching it on the up. And the chase for the Sri Lankan fielder. Chamira, having played 78 T20 internationals, an economy rate of 8 and 1 5-wicket haul.
Whips this one. The field is placed perfectly. Good timing so far from these two. Just using the pace of Chamira.
Interesting listening to Jason Holder in his interview at the halfway mark, speaking to just a little bit of variation in pace, alluding to the fact that not everything comes onto the bat as well as the batters would like, and this is something that all the batsmen are going to have to be aware of. Bowlers will try and use it to their advantage.
Yeah, it's the pace that we're talking about from Chamira. Quite impressive.
Good bowling this from Chamira. King had his front foot down the wicket early on his previous delivery, and he reckoned since that is his first movement, his initial movement, that he would go hard into the wicket at full pace. Caught King a little bit off guard. King deciding not to have a go at it, evading it well. Another dot ball.
Pull this one, it's aerial and it's gone. So hit high up on the bat of King, and Chamira and Sri Lanka strikes. In fact, there is a no ball check. So it'll be disastrous for Sri Lanka if that's the start. And yeah, confirmation from Titan Butler. So King survives and he'll get a free hit as well.
Well, cardinal sin from Chamira, just overstepping by the slightest of margins, inducing a false shot from Brandon King, who thought he was out caught at mid-wicket. Sri Lanka were attempting to celebrate, and in the end, the West Indies get 2 runs and a free hit for Brandon King.
Very good delivery for that free hit right in the black hole, and that would have been close had it been hit.
Well, an excellent reply from Chamira under pressure, with the free hit being awarded to Brandon King, who was struggling to make his ground, and a direct hit would have had him in all sorts of trouble. King actually giving up at the end for what was a pretty ordinary call for a single, all things taken into consideration. So there's a lot happening in this, the second over. But King and his captain, who is on strike, are still there, still fighting.
Top shot there from Shea Hope. Elevation was key to that shot. Think it touched the rope, but they'll have a check just to see. And it could be a good save from Shanaka. Just waiting to see if that ball crashed into the ropes.
Well, he got underneath it, got enough elevation, but not enough distance to clear the rope, going for a straight hit. And umpires now having a look. That angle a little bit difficult to tell. Chris Poulet, the fielder.
Yeah, they seem to be happy with the effort from Chris Poulet, so that it'll just be there's 2 runs to finish. There's a loud appeal, and the finger goes up as well. It was more than an appeal, it was much more like a celebration from Madushanka, but King is challenging this decision.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? All right, the bat is coming across the ball. Can we have Ultra Edge to confirm whether there is bat involved?
And roll Ultra Edge.
Ultra Edge coming up. There's a flat line. There's a clear gap on the left-hand side of the screen. No bat involved. No bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking, please?
Okay, ball tracking. Good. Start the hawk 1. Roll hawk 1.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside leg stump. We're going to need to go back to Zaid on field, please. Zaid, you're going to change your original decision to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. We need Zaid. Zaid, not Butler. Zaid.
So decision overturned. Disappointment from Sri Lanka. Just pitching outside leg. King, well, he has been very lucky tonight. First caught off a no ball, and now a LBW decision overturned. And then he pulls this majestically to the onside. So King really has to make this his night. He's been in with some luck tonight. Hopefully he can turn it into a successful one.
Well, just short of a length, and Brandon King not needing an invitation, just swiveling and slapping it disdainfully through mid-wicket. With all the power that he has, he's living a charmed life tonight so far, Brandon King. But the West Indies need him to hang in, to fight through this period, and to give them a start in this power play.
Oh, that is beautiful. So well timed. Won't get to the rope. I think the fielder did a really good job there. But that is more like the Brandon King we know.
Not the worst delivery in the world from Madushanka. I think it might have outfoxed Brandon King, who had the presence of mind to just keep his bat face open long enough to ensure that it went past the batsman instead of trying to close his blade. So a good level of awareness from Brandon King gives him 2 more runs and 2 more to the total. But it is not looking like a wicket that is coming on as nicely as we've seen here in the past at Sabina Park. But important runs these for the West Indies.
pulling it again to the onside. And you did the pitch report, Jimmy. One of the things you mentioned to me when you came out is your belief that perhaps it might spin later on. This sort of total, 148. What do you make of that at the halfway stage?
Well, I think it's gettable, but I don't think you're going to get it with one eye closed. You're going to have to work and bat properly and show a level of awareness. And it would help if somebody in the top 2 or 3 batted deep and batted 15 or more overs.
Sublime. So gorgeous, such a visual splendor when he gets going, Shea Hope. And that is a top-class shot.
Too full, too much on the pads, and Shea Hope just playing a classic on drive through wide mid-on for 4. Brilliant batting from the West Indies captain and a much-needed boundary inside the power play for the West Indies.
Swan is high, it's in the air, but it's gone far enough. And that is the first maximum. A very expensive second over from Mudushanka. And it's also the end of the third. West Indies, 30 without loss. Shea Hope and Brandon King, a very entertaining start. I just rolled and showed that he so Tikshana. Sri Lanka have seen enough of the pace. They've gone to one of their trusted spin bowlers.
Well, anything to break this rhythm. It has been you could consider it a bit of an unlucky period for the Sri Lankans. No balls being bowled when wickets have been taken. Nothing going their way, but this man, the experienced Tikshana,
Bowling.
little bit of a mystery spinner, has the ability to go the other way with pretty much the same action. They brought him on inside the power play. This was the previous over. Both King and his captain taking boundaries. And then that's 6 to finish over deep backward square leg. Really building momentum for the West Indies, coming to the back end of the power play.
Hit a bit uppishly, but in the gap. Some chase for the fielder to do, but he won't win that race. So King finding some fluency now in his innings.
Little bit uppishly, but short enough for King to choose his gap just wide of extra cover. It was hit uppishly for a while, but he placed it superbly and had enough power on it, even on this heavy outfield, to get 4.
Better follow-up delivery there from Tikshana. I expect him to be one of the major players in this second half of the game with ball in hand. Badly lined and swatted away to the leg side. So King, after a bit of luck, is getting even more luck with that length and that line. Well executed from him.
Well, a very bad delivery from Tikshana. Short down the leg side. Brandon King needing no invitation. Getting enough bat underneath it. Not the longest boundary in the world, and a maximum, much needed maximum.
Ball in, ball in, ball in.
12 runs from the first Big Shanna over West Indies. Going well here, 42 without loss. West Indies motoring along quite nicely. Some tall buildings there, the last two. Change of ends for Chamira. Bit edgy, but just enough to clear the infield. Good effort there from Pawan Rathanayaka to keep it to 2.
Again, Shai Hope playing the numbers, just working on the premise that if he got enough bat on it, chances are it would easily clear inside the 30-yard circle. Had the presence of mind to put a bit of slice on it. It didn't come on as quickly as he would have liked, aiming to hit over cover, but had to end up accepting that it was going to go more behind the point. Still 2 important runs, takes him to 20 from 11. Interesting passage of play. Both batsmen taking a little bit of risk on this surface. Sri Lanka desperate for a wicket, desperate to break this partnership. Chamira, the more experienced bowler, slow delivery, back of the hand. Shai Hope up for it, gave himself room, waited long enough, and ended up getting his single to mid-off. So a good contest here. Things still evenly poised.
This one is picked up. This one has been pulverized to the leg side. Look out there, our cameraman. Very close to him, and what a shot from King.
That shot brings up the 50 partnership between Hope and King. Brandon King meeting that one dead center. Whoever has the car parked in the Kingston Cricket Club car park, go and check and see if your car is still in one piece. That has gone many a mile. Umpires have sent for a box of balls because that has probably gone into the school field which adjoins Sabina Park, St. George's College, and might probably not be coming back anytime soon, Stacey.
Yeah, this is also what can happen. First he was reprieved, no ball, and then a chance the umpire sent him, and a good review. So King now has just freed himself up. He's just playing with a lot more freedom and certainty out there. And that was a massive hit from him. Jimmy, I hope you're not parked out there.
No. I came with you on the bus.
All right, you're always so quiet in the back. I always
There's a
forget
reason
about
why
you
I
there.
don't park at Sabina Park, Stacey.
Just took the pace off that one. He did wait for it, King. Still couldn't nail the execution.
Hit sweetly off the middle, straight into the car park. One bounce, missing the cars, over the wall, into the school, St. George's College. And some lucky boy will find a fairly new Kookaburra cricket ball tomorrow when he turns up early for his PE class.
And again, oh, that is some hitting from King. An execution of power and timing. Brilliance from Brandon King.
He's on fire. Brandon King again, slow ball into the wicket, and Brandon King met it firmly on the front foot, again slapping it over wide mid-on and straight into the Kingston Cricket Club. The locals here enjoying it. Power hitting at its best from Brandon King. This is exactly what the West Indies needed at the top of the order.
Good follow-up delivery to end, but an expensive over from Chimera. West Indies 57 without loss.
.57 without loss, and momentum is building. The Manhattan is getting taller. Equal amounts of 4s and 6s. Equal amounts of timing and power. And a man whose stock is rising daily, Ishan Malinga. A very good IPL. Fabric of his franchise, and normally it's spin they turn to, and I've turned to Samuel Badri next to me, but it's pace in Malinga. What has impressed you the most about this partnership, Samuel?
Hello, Carlos. Hello, everyone. I suppose it's the controlled aggression that we've seen. They've been scoring quite a lot of boundaries, but the manner in which the boundaries have come is what has impressed me the most. Again, another excellent foundation being laid. Brandon King on return at home, familiarity with the conditions, Shea Hope with all of his class, and we've seen this before from West Indies. Boundary hitting prowess, and in the power play they've been good.
Pace off in a clever field, long on back, and I just wonder how much stress is put on getting an immaculate power play versus just a good one, knowing the spin twins in the middle, seeing how well Roston Chase did in the middle for the West Indies, and knowing the impact that the spinners had in the ODI. Clever slow ball from Malinga. Just wonder how many more they need in these next 4 deliveries. That's 4 of them. Another boundary to the skipper. Classy as always, Shea.
You see them celebrate. This home crowd enjoying every run that is scored, every boundary that is bludgeoned. This one, though, is all class from the classy Shea Hope. That ball is on middle stump, yet goes through extra cover. The way he contorts his body to manufacture that room.
Then a single. This is one of the highlights of the Sri Lanka innings between the wickets, running hard between the wickets. But what I love about this shot is he knows where the areas are. He has to try to get it through the offside, but it's a beautiful cricket shot. Elegance personified. And you may look at this partnership and think Brandon King has been the aggressor and he's bludgeoned the ball, and Shea Hope has timed it and played a couple of nice looking shots. But when you look at the strike rates of both of them, Shea Hope 180, and just before that single, Brandon King was up at 180 as well. So as the aunties and uncles would say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and these two have found a way to complement each other, and it's been successful until now. Sensible. Good finish to the power play. 66 without loss to West Indies after the power play. The West Indies worm in yellow peeking its head above the blue worm of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka got off to a rollicking start. And it's about this time that Jason Holder got the first wicket, pulled back Sri Lanka, and it was pace in the middle to slow Sri Lanka down. It's spin. And it's attacking intent straight away from Shea Hope. We know this would have been the difference. The spin twins we can see in tandem, I'm sure, Tikshana from the other end. The next challenge for the West Indies is how they surpass this challenge without losing too much momentum. Bowled him, Hasaranga, and a familiar celebration, a familiar sight. West Indies losing a wicket to spin.
Simply amazing from Hasaranga. It's the googly, maybe not pick, maybe pick, but either way goes through the gate. A remarkable record here in the Caribbean in T20s for Wawindu, as he's locally called. 37 for King though. Impressive start, 67 for 1.
Smiling Shimron at number 3, a position we've seen in the World Cup. He played it with great gusto. A familiar matchup for him, and a familiar dismissal for Brandon King through the gate, trying to go across the line, potentially just trying to pick the gap between long on and deep mid wicket, but playing all around it. This is an important matchup. Hasaranga to Shimron Hetmeyer. Talisman of spin, Hasaranga. And a quality player of spin, Shimron Hetmeyer. And I don't think he's someone who'll be looking to tuck it into the leg side too often. Whatever's going to happen in this matchup is going to happen quickly.
Slip in position for him straight away.
Good tuck into the leg side. I just wonder how much Hasaranga would be interested in bowling that leg break to Hetmeyer, forcing him to hit into the leg side, into the wind. Normally bowls more googlies to the left-hander. I'm just wondering how much will the conditions play a part in his planning. The good thing of having a explosive power play, less than a run a ball at the moment, so you can sit on a Hasaranga. You don't have to take him on. Some embroidery on the shoes for Hetmyer. Down the ground, full toss. Evades the fielder and a boundary for Hetmyer. It was a gift from Hasaranga, but dispatched beautifully.
Yeah, loose. Hetmyer was a little bit surprised to get that delivery from Hasaranga, but still skillful enough to put it away. A gentle full toss, and again aiming straight. He's destructive at 3. You don't want to get him going. You need to get him out quickly.
Big again, big enough! 6 from Shimron. 27th, 79 for 1. Quick start from the West Indies. Brandon King losing his wicket. Only casualty so far. Shimron Hetmyer with that 6, crossing 100 sixes. T20 international cricket.
Yeah, this is what he does at this position. He really attacks the opposition, and he's been brilliant at it. Anything close to him.
A rare play and a miss. It feels like it's been all West Indies, save for the one blocked on the copybook Brandon King. But this is Shimron Hetmyer at his best, and this is the matchup that will decide or go somewhere to decide in the game. Is either Shimron Hetmyer will get Hasaranga and this game will be over in a jiffy, or Hasaranga will get Hetmyer and potentially open up an end. Swatted. Fielder pulls it back just inside. But what I'm enjoying as well, Shea Hope has not lost his intensity and his impetus. He's watched Brandon King fall from the other end. And Brandon King, don't forget, Brandon King was caught off on the ball with a short ball, and they've resorted to that more often than not, and they found a way in the back end of the power play to counteract it. They've gone short more often than not, Chamira, at his high pace. They even changed the pace at that length. And that's a visual justification. They went short, and West Indies found a way. 238 strike rate, capitalizing on anything short, whether pace on or pace off.
Yeah, look out for the change-ups from Malinga. It's something that he is known for and building a reputation on. Quick single, well judged, well run. Just to revisit though what Hetmyer has done at this pivotal number 3 position. He averages 30 at a strike rate of a touch under 150. So he's very productive at a very high strike rate. And at that number 3 position, that's where you're setting the game up, whether batting first or chasing. And so he's been an instrumental player for this team.
No. Come on.
Good finish from Malinga, 83 for 1 after 8.
I'm coming up.
$147 for 9. West Indies in reply, 83 for 1. We have Nikhil Uttam-Chandani somewhere in the crowd with someone.
Carlos, it's ladies' night in the cricket cave. Everybody's got on their colors, and of course the ladies are out. We're celebrating them this evening. But we're also celebrating the superstars. Look who I've got here at Sabina Park. We know this man. He's usually out there. Andre Russell and Gove. Jerry Russ, I'll start with you. First of all, how does it feel to be in the stands? This is so rare.
It feels good, to be honest. You know, watching my teammates, you know, battling it out there. And, you know, when you do the hard work over the years and you achieve so much for West Indies, you know, it brings pleasure coming and watching and hoping that, you know, they make all the fans happy. So I can't say that I want to be out there. I'm happy to be watching them doing well.
Dre, that's a 6 inspired by you. Shea Hope down the ground. Robbie, give me some commentary on that maximum. Tell me about that shot.
That was a beautiful shot straight down the ground over the bowlers there, you know what I mean? You know, it's Shea Hope in all his glory. You know, a very technical, gifted batsman, you know, from the Bayesian Shores. It was a beautiful shot down the ground, 6 runs.
You seem like you want to take my job. I think we can say that ball became a baked bean. Can we say that ball became a baked bean?
That is it.
Listen, Robbie, after this delivery, Hassaringa to Hope, tell me about cricket and culture in Jamaica. How does cricket fit in?
Cricket is a very important sport. It was very important to my upbringing, you know what I mean? I definitely think that the government probably dropped the ball when it comes on to promotion of cricket in the island. But no, it's definitely getting back to the mainstream, you know what I mean? They're sitting with our superstars like Jero or something. It's very inspirational. You get me? But it's very... It's a very great thing for the culture, you get me? So we really feel good to see it being pushed to the forefront, you get me? I say, so we love it and it's a good vibe.
Now guys, notice what they're wearing. Yellow hats. It's the year of the Kingsmen. J. Russ, Jamaica is coming back in the CPL. You must be very excited.
Yeah, I think all the fans excited, looking forward to coming and, you know, blowing their arms and, you know.
We'll see plenty of those fours in the CPL as well.
Definitely. I think when you look and see the stands, we want to make sure that Jamaican fans come out and fill all these gaps. So with me and Robman Powell and all the other Jamaicans that's a part of Kingsman, we're excited and we're ready to go. So it's going to be the biggest party in sport and also the biggest show in Jamaica.
Gavi, you gave us the rally around the West Indies last year. We need a song this year by CPL time.
Yeah, definitely. We're working on it, you know, we're definitely representing Jamaica.
It's straight to the fielder. It's a wicket. Shimron Hetmeyer, after all of the fireworks, has been dismissed, and it's silence in the crowd at Sabina.
Hetmeyer loses his wicket. It's 9 overs gone, 95 for 2.
Yeah, trying to take on the fielder in the deep. Simple enough catch. Was it needed? It's the way he plays though. And Hassaringa, that man, strikes again. 2 wickets for him, keeping his team in the contest. He goes for 17, 95 for 2.
Roston Chase, the new batter. West Indies losing the second wicket, last ball of the 9th over. Your thoughts on choice of shot, Samuel?
Well, when it comes off, everyone raves about it. We in the comebox, we praise it and all that rhetoric that goes with it. When it doesn't come off, though, it looks a little bit ugly, unwarranted, unnecessary. And that's the fine line, isn't it? And he will know as well. They're on top of the game, well on top of the game. And that's where that ruthlessness comes in. Stay on top, don't give the opposition a sniff. Weston Chase, new batter in, will have to get a start. Might put a little bit more pressure on Shea Hope, who's been absolutely phenomenal. 40 from 24. And every time you see Shea Hope and the way he accumulates his runs, you are sort of surprised when you look at the scoreboard and you see how many runs he's gotten.
Yeah, you can't challenge the intent at all. That's what gives Hetmyer the numbers you called out at 3 and the strike rate. What I would question is the direction. Hasaranga bowled it a little straighter than the others and forced him to hit into the wind to the bigger side of the field. Can you then change your shot and hit it into the ground, through the field, and look for a single, potentially a 2? Keeping the same intent, but making a slight adjustment. Roston Chase faces up to his first ball. This is where West Indies now have to show a little bit of maturity, adaptation, and progress. This is where we are accustomed to seeing the spinners with Tikshan having 2 overs and 4 balls remaining. 2 overs from Hasaranga. Capitulate. Can they stop the rock?
Whoa! West Indies already level with Sri Lanka in terms of sixes hit in their 20 overs. They hit 6 sixes. West Indies inside the first 10 already hitting 6 sixes. And one of the great paradoxes of global cricket is this West Indian batting unit. A little bit of uncertainty results in another dot delivery. We've spoken ad nauseum, Carlos and viewers, about their 6 hitting ability. The second on the list in terms of sixes hit and that balls to 6 ratio has been absolutely phenomenal. But they also have the highest dot ball percentage of all full member nations. So lots of sixes, but also lots of dots. How do they become more efficient as a batting unit? And so West Indies, their great contradiction is that they can clear any boundary in the world, but sometimes, just sometimes, they struggle to rotate the strike, and more often than not.
And this is where the spin squeeze starts. You can just feel a little bit of a hum and a hush around the ground. A strut in the step of the Sri Lankans. There's a little bit of panic when Hetmyer was there. The required run rate is still less than a run a ball. Hasaranga refueling to go again. Again, confusion, but all is well that ends well. At the halfway stage, 97 for 2, requiring 51 off 60 deliveries to West Indies. Time for a water break.
West Indies 97 for 2 after 10, and well ahead of where Sri Lanka were. Let's learn about where we are. Beautiful Jamaica.
Ah, Jamaica. It has beaches, it has mountains. It's lively, it's laid back. It roars, it tickles. It's sweet, it's hot, it's luxurious, it's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
It really is a wonderful place to visit and to have cricket, and you can see how much it means to the people in the stands. They've come out in their numbers, and they'll be hoping their team, the West Indies, can pull this off. Hasaranga. Stacey and Adams alongside. Stacey, we know the threat that this pairing can possess and pose to the West Indies. How do they go about facing these next 4 overs of Tikshana and Hasaranga respectively?
Yeah, certainly Hasaranga and Tikshana, especially in combination. An intractable challenge for West Indies, no doubt. Hasaranga already picking up 2 wickets. So the important thing here is not to give them any more wickets, particularly Hasaranga. He's into his 3rd over. Already seen how effective he can be on this surface. The seamers, they haven't quite found their line and lengths yet. So at some point in time, there will be a reintroduction of one of the seamers. And then West Indies can look to capitalize on that. But for now, just look at this phase. In fact, just play this phase with a little measure of control. Find a way to get those singles, wait on the bad balls, put them away. Else it's simple cricket.
And based on the power play, 66 for none, it's why you may see a shot like Roston Chase, although he's 2 off 8. But the West Indies, because of the start they've had, can afford to be respectable against the spin. Well, you don't want to get into a case where you're not scoring and creating pressure. But I think the discussion will be, let's minimize risk, play safe shots against the spin, and really come into our own against the Pacers, as we've done in the first half of the game. Three dots to see out Hasaranga, 99 for 2. Just 49 runs needed for the West Indies, who have lost 10 of their last 14 T20Is when chasing. So a big night in the beginning of a new cycle to try to turn the tide for Captain Sheho. Think about both these spinners have had experience playing in the Caribbean. Hasaranga played in the CPL, I think that was 2021, and Tikshana as recently as 2024. So both will be acclimatized to some degree of conditions. Also at the, well, Tikshana was at the World Cup a couple of years ago here in the Caribbean.
Ball in.
You heard Samuel Badri and Carlos talking about this area, Stace. What is the solution for the West Indies in their strike rotation against spin? Especially in conditions where it's conducive to spin and the ball is doing a bit more than we're seeing today. Who are the guys that can put pressure on spinners?
Sometimes against spinners, one of the things I notice a lot of teams are doing on the world stage is just changing their options. The West Indians, they are known for hitting straight down the ground. They love to go horizontal bat shots, but you're seeing a lot of teams now looking to go reverse laps against the spinners just to throw them off their line and lengths. So looking ahead at the future, that's something that some of the batters can look to add to their game, modify that. You know, Chase, he loves to sweep as well.
It's a great point as the 100 comes up. Carrom ball from Tikshana going past the outside edge. Another one. Wonder if this was the off break that just drifted in, or was it another carrom ball? Didn't see too much off the pitch. I think it was the off break. All of a sudden, pressure building. 2 from the last over, 1 from this one. There is that sweep. Haven't seen it too often from Chase. 101 for 2. West Indies marginally ahead, but better off in the wickets column. So happy to have cricket back at Sabina Park after the last 2 one-day internationals were washed out. There's a significant weather system affecting the island, so really good to see the crowd in and the players in. Pace back, Ishan Malinga. Coming off a very good IPL season, 20 wickets for Malinga, dominating across the phases. And at this stage, he'll hit that hard length, but also have the occasional Yorker, which he uses somewhat of a specialty.
Yeah, it's been very effective in this format of the game. It's been used across all phases, particularly in that death phase.
Ratnapura Express, Ishan Malinga, known as back in Sri Lanka. You talk about the many things to enjoy in Jamaica. One of it is always the culture. The home of dancehall and reggae music, so they always bring that flair. You had a performance by Diani at the interval today. Should I give you a lyric from a Diani song? What's this? All I want to do is live a little.
Well executed Yorker. But you show off, Nikhil.
Oh, you're going to say well executed song.
What I was about to say. I mean, I can't believe that you're showing off. You're in Jamaica. Are you trying to get a contract?
No, I'll leave the dance hall to the artists. There's an example of the Yorker, though. And sometimes can get it to tail into the right hand as it's done there.
Yeah, that's what he's known for, just to get that shape back into the right-handed batter. Slight hyperextension to his action. That slight hyperextension. Notice is slight, not as pronounced as someone as Lassit Malinga or Pathirana. But that allows for him to get under the bat and get that tail, as well as perhaps the scene, the way he's holding the ball. See the seam position, the way it's coming out of his hand.
So delivery that's been used against Shea Hope in the past, the short ball. Luckily for him, it does not fall to a fielder. Wonder if that was paced off as well.
Yeah, really smart execution and really well executed over so far. A few deliveries under the bat, that time going for the shorter delivery. About 20 kilometers drop in pace. Usually 140 or so. He went 120 for that delivery. Hit high up on the bat. He wasn't able to control it. Luckily, it fell in no man's land.
25 balls now without a boundary. This is good from Sri Lanka. 105 for 2. Bowling coach is Ryan Van Niekerk. Left of screen, the fast bowling coach. Right of screen, Jordan Gregory. He was so excited pre-series, Stacey. I'll tell you why. But this man coming back into the attack is one of the major reasons. Hasaranga. Obviously, it's a bowling attack that performed well. 57 wickets at the World Cup. And that was without a Hasaranga, who was injured, pulled up in the first game, without Ishan Malinga, who dislocated his shoulder, without Nuwan Tushara. Stacey feels like they've come in and discovered a gold mine. When you think about the depth in Sri Lankan cricket and the bowling aspect as well, the seamers and the spinners coming through. Will Alage not playing today. Milan Ratanayaka, another option with that seam and pace on the ball.
And that's the key word there, options. They have many. And it also comes down to where they use these options. And I think Hasaranga being used now is a really good move, because there were 3 overs that were really good for Sri Lanka. And they're sensing that West Indies might try something now. They're hoping that it brings about a wicket. And Hasaranga is the man to do that.
He's so good, Hasaranga. You saw it briefly there, but the googly and the leg break always mainly end up on the stump. And hard to pick as well based on where the ball is being released from.
Yeah, you mentioned the googly. It's very hard to pick as well, because it's really quick most times. Hasaranga's started his career at age group level as a pace bowler, so that perhaps helping with the pace he generates.
It was the arm speed that attracted the coach and turned him into a leg spinner. 110 for 2 after 14.
All right, like I said, Christmas come early in June, and I am the Santa Claus, and I have something to give you courtesy of Cricket Quiz. All I have to do is celebrate your favorite West Indies cricketer.
West Indies in firm control. They want to go 1-up early in the series. Starting series better is something that Darren Sammy and his team have been focusing on, trying to get wins early on. Lost both games here in Kingston last year against Australia. Lost every game of that series. Dushmantha Chameera is back. And again, another bowler who can go to that Yorker when needed.
Yeah, they've gone to their death bowling options very early, Sri Lanka. I recognize that West Indies is still very much in control of this game. So what they're doing now is creating pressure by way of dot balls. You see 32 balls since the last boundary. Last 25 balls, just 13 runs as well. Really shows how important it is to get a good start in T20.
It's a shot he's added to his arsenal, Sheho. It takes immense skill And fitting that it takes him to a 12th T20 International 50 to go with 100. He's special.
And I love that option from Shai Hope. A bit of pressure created by way of some dots building up, and shows that he has other options in his artillery. Similar delivery to the first ball, looking for that Yorker length. Looking for that Yorker length and just laps it in that vacant fine leg, well, short third area.
Now, does Shamir go back to that Yorker after 2 deliveries, or does he go to maybe that leg cutter with a deep point in place?
He decides to follow it up with a slower delivery. He's bowled those slower deliveries well, perhaps also remembering that he dismissed Shai Hope with a slower one in that first ODI.
And so good as well when you think about the offside for the 2 right-handers being into the wind and far longer than the leg side. Chase sometimes has had difficulty with the ball coming back into him. 7 of 18 deliveries for Austin Chase. And look, the priority for West Indies now will be to win this game. But what they'll be moving towards for that next World Cup is, even when they get the good start at 66 for none in the power play, how can you ensure you continue that rhythm in the middle overs? Who are the guys, the personnel? And there's been talk about a Rutherford and Powell batting at 4 instead of Chase, so you maintain that power and back your depth. This is another option as well, but how can you take away the match situation sometimes and try to get the best out of each individual? There'll be a lot of time for experimentation. They've got to improve this. Excellent fielding. Now, Ratanayaka.
It has been one of the big talking points when you think about a West Indies team. Talk about the dot ball percentage as well, and just continuing that momentum when another batter comes in to replace another. And especially, as you mentioned, T20 World Cup looming. They come in thick and fast these days in 2028. You want to be able to build on momentum and have fluency when you come out to bat.
Nice variety in that over from Chamira. Just 20 runs from the last 5, 116 for 2.
Over. At the end of over number 50, West Indies, 160. Alright, so as I said, I am a fan of golf very summer, and I'm giving away a KFC voucher courtesy of Cricket Crate. Now all you have to do is just take it within the favorite West Indies people.
6.4 runs and over required from here on in. West Indies well in control with 8 wickets in hand. And a couple white blobs at the top of those 2 towers there. Wickets falling to Hasaranga, but all told, it's been domination from the West Indies so far. And now to put the icing on the cake, 31 from 29 required. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Your assessment of proceedings, Jimmy?
Well, it's been an interesting passage of play. Definitely the momentum that we had in the power play has been lost. Thankfully, Shai Hope is still at the crease and batting well. And the West Indies will be hoping that he stays there until the end. But as the previous commentators alluded to, there is work to be done in terms of, everybody keeps talking about the brand of cricket. Well, you need a brand of cricket that can address different situations, and certainly in these middle overs we have seen where there is room for improvement.
one of the ways that Ruston Chase counters the spin, just deflecting the ball. He has that reverse sweep as well. You look at his 10 from 23 and the partnership 24 from 39 allows the West Indies to comfortably get over the line without losing too many more wickets. So it's that adaptability for which they search. And I know some people will look at that knock and maybe have a little bit of a critique with the pace at which it has come and that strike rate, but what an innings it has been from Shea Hope. We saw Kushal Mendes, captain of Sri Lanka, leading from the front, and now the West Indian captain again.
Well done.
Whatever happens from the situation, there's definitely enough here to encourage Sri Lanka, given that they did not get a big score. They will believe that they can compete against this West Indies team, all things being equal.
A little bit of uncertainty again. They get home in the end. Wicketless spell for Tikshana, so perhaps job done for the West Indies from that standpoint. 120 for 2.
The end of over number 16, West Indies, 120 for 2.
From 24, 7 and over required, 8 wickets in hand. Some questions for Kushal Mendes. Who does he turn to? Can they get a wicket to stay in this contest? Madhushanka was considered. He's now dispensed with. So a last minute change.
10 seconds.
A little bit of intuition. Sometimes it's instinct, isn't it, that captains go with rather. Malinga back into the attack. How Sri Lankans might have wished it was the Lassit Malinga with the ball. Now long retired. Another Malinga.
Still work left to be done for the West Indies if they're to win this encounter. Agricultural from the captain gives him a single.
Can Ruston Chase find a boundary or a couple boundaries just to ease the little bit of tension around? He's been there long enough now to be able to contribute on that count. No boundaries yet for him in 23 deliveries. Yeah, that one jagged back in quite significantly. Slower delivery and just held in the surface and spun.
That ball jagged. That would have been a real eye-opener for Ruston Chase. You say he's been there for 24 deliveries, but he would have looked on that delivery and thought, listen, I still have a bit of a job to do here tonight.
Yeah, too high, wide signal. He's trying to mix things up. Malinga not allowing Ruston Chase or any batter to really get a hold of him. Yeah, the crowd chanting, they want a 6, they want something from Ruston Chase. They've seen him out there long enough, boundaryless. And guess what? He replies in the most exquisite fashion, straight back down the ground. They should have been chanting
Well, the crowd has found the answer. The crowd has provided the impetus for Ruston Chase to stand and deliver to Ishak Malinga. It might not be the most aesthetically pleasing shot, but the result is exactly what his captain would have needed. That takes a little bit of pressure off the skipper at the other end.
And guess what? They're chanting again. They want another. Clean them up. What a riposte from Malinga. Bang on target, 6 and out. And I suppose the crowd, they're celebrating as well. I don't know why.
Excellent bowling this from Malinga. He has shown us his full repertoire in this over, electing now to go for full Yorker. Bang on the button, low into middle and off. And that's the end of Ruston Chase. Brilliant bowling from the Sri Lankan pacer. So that's another wicket for Sri Lanka. The third wicket falls for the West Indies. Ruston Chase goes for 16. The score 128 for 3.
Well, there was a roar for this man as he made his way out to the middle. Hometown hero. The heels from Jamaica. And that's why they were cheering at the fall of that Ruston Chase wicket, because they want to see a son of the soil. A couple of sixes from him, and the decibel levels will rise exponentially. Former captain, vastly experienced. Look out for that slower delivery full stop. Yorker full. Is there a review? I think he's gone for it. And so we'll need some assistance from upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? All right, the bat is coming across the ball. Can we have Ultra Edge to confirm? Waiting on Ultra Edge to load. Ultra Edge coming up. Hey, take that back for me, please. Take that back. All right, roll slowly, roll slowly, roll slowly, roll slowly. Okay, we can see where the bat is behind the foot on the left-hand side of the screen. Ball is hitting into the foot. Can you give me no bat involved? There's no bat involved. Can you give me ball tracking when available, please? Original decision is not out. Impact in line. Pitching in line. Wickets missing. Can we go back to Zaid on field, please? Zaid, you're going to stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen. Signal now.
Decision upheld. And a review lost for Sri Lanka, sliding down the leg side. A little bit of tail for Malinga. Yeah, they were quite surprised with the amount of movement based on that projection. And so Powell survives, almost dismissed first delivery. In there, just short, one bounce, gets off the mark, Rovman Powell. Successful over comes and 129 for 3.
Short mid.
So it's 18 balls from 19 rounds left. Yeah? We can do this now. 2 rounds and we'll
147 for 9. Sri Lanka got to having won the toss and electing to bat first. Kamindu with a half century. Captain Kushan with 36. West Indies after 17 overs. They require 19 from 18. Captain Shea Hope is still out there, along with new entrant Rovman Powell. Left an angle across him. And that should be a wide. It is signal wide. Runner ball needed.
One for the over.
Still work to be done by this West Indian pair, Rovman Powell and his Captain Hope. We take a look again at that in-swinging Yorker that beat Rovman Powell's bat, but was adjudged by technology to have been missing leg. Shock on the faces of the Sri Lankans. But I do think, Sam, that the West Indies would need to start moving beyond really the level of reliance on Shea Hope to underpin a lot of these batting performances. I would like to think that more of the batsmen currently in this team would see themselves as having that capacity and turn up to the party more often, bat deeper.
Diplomatically put as always, Jimmy. And one of the slowest knocks for more than 25 balls for Ruston Chase. His slowest having faced as many deliveries. Struck a 6 prior to that, searching for another boundary, exposed his furniture and disturbed. Yeah, and you're right, Jimmy. There is that reliance not only in one-day international cricket, but also T20 cricket for Shea Hope, who has grown exponentially in this format. We know about his prowess in ODIs, but what he's been able to do, how he's transformed his game in T20 cricket, and just his ability to concentrate for long periods. Remember, he's captain, he's kept wicket for 20 overs. He's opened the batting, he's still there, absorbing it all. Another extra in the over. And this really speaks to his development and his maturity. I want to see other young players taking pattern from what he's been able to do. And one of the things that I've noticed, Jimmy and viewers, is that a lot of the young players that I've interacted with, they see Shea Hope as their role model, which is interesting and quite impressive, because that's the type of role model you want. Someone who leads by example and is consistent. I had a little poll done with a group I'm working with back in Trinidad who is their favorite international cricketer, and I was quite surprised to see how many of them said Shea Hope. Wonderful servant of the game for West Indies, but the way he goes about his business commendable, exemplary, and worthy of emulation. Fortuitous, but he'll take it. That's the value of being out there in the middle and doing all the hard work. Sometimes you create your own luck.
The West Indies needed that. The West Indies desperately needed a boundary from anywhere, and anywhere is where it came from. Shea Hope going across, aiming for deep square leg. Despair from Sri Lanka, and that boundary brings the West Indies within striking distance.
Ten runs from that over. 9 needed in the final two, 139 for 3. From 2, looking to wrap things up the West Indies and take a 1-0 lead in the series. Looking to reverse their fortunes from the one-day international series. And speaking about that, Bangladesh won their series against Australia, and I know Eyes won that in terms of direct qualification for the ODI World Cup. So it sinks the West Indies even further for that particular assignment, with the 5 ODIs against New Zealand coming up shortly after this multi-format tour. Ishmanta Shamira for his final over. Aggressive stroke to start from Shea Hope that resulted in none. I know he'll be looking to finish off things in this one. Clever.
Excellent bowling this from Shamira. Slow ball again deceiving Shea Hope. Rolling it out of the back of the hand into the wicket. Shea Hope hitting way too early. So still work to be done. Odds in favour of the West Indies, but Sri Lanka with some skillful changes of pace in this, the penultimate over. Long off, deep point, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square, the men out for Shamira in this over.
Another dot. Another half century in this format for the West Indian captain. Looked at ease during this innings, quite controlled. Really languid at the crease, and his offside play is something to behold. But his power play and those shots of dexterity is where he has grown leaps and bounds. Shea Hope, a runner ball, 9 from 9. Wonderfully executed Yorker from Shamira. Sri Lanka will be looking back, no doubt, at their batting effort and how they faltered in the final 5 overs. Power play was looking good up until the 5th over, and they were on course during the middle as well to get close to 160, 170. Not to be, but these folks came to see a West Indian victory. And if the hometown hero can get a few boundaries to get them over the line, that would be the icing on the cake. Fielder out there, just a single. Good over actually so far from Shamira.
Tension building, Sabina Park. As the game looks to be going down into a final over that could provide any of Tuzo's. Shamira bowling an excellent penultimate over. Just the 2 singles. Shy Hope goes aerial. Over. And an excellent penultimate over from Shamira to finish the 19th. The West Indies 142 for 3 with 6 remaining.
Back-to-back games over the weekend here at Sabina Park. 2nd T20 International on Saturday, 3rd on Sunday. And if this one is anything to go by, expect closely contested matches to come. We're into the final over now. Who would have thought? 6 from 6. Can Sri Lanka pull off a miracle? Madhushanka entrusted with this last one. One blow from Rovman Powell gets them over the line. That's what West Indians will be thinking. Can Madhushanka, Jimmy Canny, what's possible here?
It's cricket, anything is possible. Tension being felt on both sides of the fence. Pressure on Rovman Powell. You would say odds are in favor of the batting team. Tension on the Sri Lankan bowler Madhushanka. Can he get it right? He knows Rovman Powell is one of the strongest hitters in world cricket in this format. And there it goes. There it goes. Rovman Powell has finished this game in true Rovman Powell style, muscling it over deep mid-wicket, and it's gone. The game has been won by the West Indies here in the first T20 International at Sabina Park. Well batted Shai Hope, well batted Rovman Powell.
A lot of credit has to go to the bowling team as well, and West Indies begin the T20 series in exactly the manner they would have hoped, no pun intended. First one down, and that's what they came here to do. Shai Hope seeing his team over the line, there from the very first run, and there for the winning run as well. Really set up by the bowling group and Jason Holder with his 3-wicket haul. But a remarkable first match here at Sabina Park. Rovman Powell, the hometown hero, coming and putting the finishing touches. A 6 to end the contest. All smiles for the men in maroon. The fans came tonight for entertainment, but more importantly, a West Indian win. And they weren't disappointed. spare thought for Sri Lanka as well, who had an underwhelming batting effort but still took the game deep, took it into the final over. So they'll take a lot out of this contest despite the defeat. Lots of action to come and lots of takeaways from this one. Thankful for good weather as well. Jamaica has been quite rainy over the last few days. No rains tonight. Hope unbeaten on 65. A wonderful opening partnership with Brandon King. 67 was that platform laid. Hetmeyer 17 from 9. Quick fire. Ruston Chase with those 16 from 26. Put a little bit of pressure on the West Indies at the back end, and then Rovman Powell with that 6 to end the contest with some 4 deliveries remaining.
Well, they were in the game right up until the end, but credit to Hasaranga again with his 2 wickets for 32. Thikshana was tight and tidy, only going for 20 from his 4. But in the end, they were just short. Not enough runs on the board, and they ran into a West Indian captain who set his stall out and batted right through. Brave effort, but not enough.
Yeah, the moment for the West Indies in the slot, and the power that Rovman Powell possesses into the wind or not. And that was launched into the night sky and disappeared somewhere into that stand on the roof. Comes back, does it? Yeah, is it caught in the guttering? Let's find out. Yes, in the guttering. It's gone, it's lost, but the game is won by the West Indies, and the fans will celebrate happiness in Kingston tonight and across the Caribbean, and all West Indian fans around the world. His performance tonight with the ball though, Jason Holder, that double wicket strike in the 5th over, and his economy throughout, 3 for 18 from 4. Right, so that is how match 1 panned out. Sri Lanka 147 for 9, West Indies 149 for 3 with 4 deliveries remaining. A win for the West Indies by 7 wickets. Only the 5th win chasing since 2015 in 15 attempts for the West Indies, not known as a chasing team. Right, so ODI series went to Sri Lanka by virtue of a couple abandoned matches. T20 series, the first one goes to the West Indies. A couple over the weekend, folks. Those will be blockbusters. And then the test series in Antigua. We'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have some more insights from the captain. Welcome back to Sabina Park, and congratulations to the West Indies registering a 7-wicket win with 4 deliveries remaining. Captain Shea Hope, the highest run-scoring captain in T20Is for the West Indies now, with that score taking them over the line. So a 1-0 lead for the West Indies. Let's go pitch side now for a chat with some important players.
Welcome to the post-match presentation after the first T20I Sri Lanka versus West Indies. I want to say a special thank you to our official sponsors of the series who have made this possible: Betcage Sports, Dasani, Coca-Cola, Courts, Jamaica Tourism, Macron, Powerade, and Red Stripe. Alongside me, I have to present the player of the match, Mr. Fritz Harris, Director of Cricket West Indies, and the Vice President of the Jamaica Cricket Association. I'd love to welcome player of the match for his 3 for 18 in 4 overs, Jason Holder.
Well done. Keep it going.
Jace, congrats on man of the match. Just wanted to talk me through the skill of bowling in the difficult overs, whether that be with the new ball or in the death.
Yeah, for me, it's just trying to be consistent. I got a fair look at the surface by looking at the 2 opening bowlers. So I knew what length I had to come in and bowl. For me, it's just trying to be as consistent as I possibly can and let them hit me off a really good length. Yeah, I thought it was a little too pace as well, too. So for me, I just want to be a little bit fuller rather than to be too short.
And you mentioned keeping the stumps in play. We talk a lot about short side versus big side. How much does that come into your planning?
Well, I think it depends on the situation in the game. You know, after getting 2 wickets and 2 balls in my first over, it really set them back a little bit. So I thought when Shamar came on and got the wicket in his first over as well, too, you know, that put us back in the game where we wanted to be. And just for me, it's just more or less trying to understand the situation in the game. I didn't necessarily have to go big side, short side today. It's more or less trying to keep the stumps in play as long as possible and let them hit me off a good line of length.
You have had a tremendous 18 to 24 months in T20 cricket, both in franchise cricket and internationally. What has been the catalyst for that success? And I'd dare say a renaissance.
Look, I just try to plan a little bit better than I probably have done in the past. And for me, it's just more or less trying to understand the conditions, understand the opposition, and being a little bit a step ahead of the opposition, basically. So for me, yeah, just trying to keep it as simple as I possibly can, execute my plans. I did look at a little bit of numbers as well, too, to understand where I've been going wrong and just trying to correct those mistakes.
Congratulations, Jason. All the best for the rest of the series.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome now the losing captain, Kushal Mendes. Kushal, where did it go wrong for you and Sri Lanka today? Where did it go wrong for you and Sri Lanka today?
Yeah, I think when I bat in the power play a little bit earlier, going the 3-2 wickets earlier, then I think that's why we are a little bit struggling in the middle period. But Dasunan coming to bat really well, then I'm happy for the Dasunan batter going.
And how good is your bowling lineup to make a game of what was a below par score?
Yeah, of course. I think only the power play a little bit. We are struggling in the first 6 overs. Then after that, Dushmant, Ishan, I think every bowler is bowling really well in the middle period. Then I think I'm very happy to my bowling unit. Then after the power play, they guys bowled really, really well.
Kushal, thank you and all the best for the rest of the series.
Thank you.
And I would like to invite the winning captain, Shea Hope. Shea, firstly, congrats on a splendid not 65 not out leading from the front. As always, how difficult was it to battle there from a personal standpoint?
It was pretty challenging, to be fair. It was a bit inconsistent with the bounce. Variation was quite key for the bowlers on the particular surface there, but yeah, it was a bit challenging to battle.
How good was your pace attack, and what impressed you the most about Shamar Joseph and Jason Holder today?
I think the consistency was very commendable, especially the way they utilize the conditions. Here in Sabani, I expect to get a bit of movement with the seamers, but I felt the pace off was actually, utilized pretty well as well. So the execution I thought was really good, and I think the guys executed today.
1 love up in the series. How does it set you up going into games 2 and 3?
It's a great confidence booster. When you start a series well like this, it gives the guys a lot of confidence, especially in the dressing room, and knowing that we can execute under pressure. We want to win the game a lot more comfortably in the end, but a win is a win.
And what are the challenges, batting-wise, to stop those collapses against spin, and as you say, make more confident victories.
Just think you need to be a bit more confident against the spin. Just trust your ability, trust your practice, trust your research, and just back your execution after that.
All right, thank you, Shea.
Cheers.
Here ends the post-match presentation. I'll throw it back up to Samuel Badri upstairs.
Yeah, congratulations again to the West Indies team. And Shea Hope, who had a wonderful opening partnership with Brandon King, who's making a return. He was caught, but it was a no ball, so he got a reprieve quite early in his innings, Brandon King. Yep, got a free hit, and boy, didn't he make them pay. A few lusty blows peppered that mid-wicket region, and Shea Hope was all timing, all class, as we have come to expect from the West Indies captain. Most productive West Indies captain in terms of runs scored. That opening partnership was worth 67. Some sixes in that direction. The Kingston Cricket Club, he's from here, knows these conditions well, Brandon King. But in came Wanindu Hasaranga, and the Googly completely outfoxed him and castled him, breaking that opening partnership. Sherman Meyer came in and got a gift dispatched, and another one too close to him. Likes hitting those for sixes, as does Shea Hope, targeting down the ground. Almost taking the umpire out on that occasion, but trying to go for another one, hold out in the deep. Quick fire knock from Hetmeyer, but short-lived. Another milestone for the West Indies captain. And a six from Ruston Chase, but a lot of deliveries before we saw that dismissal. And then it brought Rovman Powell along with Shea Hope. That was the winning momentum to that George Headley stand on the roof. Ball lost, game won by the West Indies, and the supporters, didn't they enjoy that moment. West Indies go 1-love up in the 3-match series. And so we've come to the end of the first game. A couple others to go. Back-to-back matches Saturday and Sunday right here from Sabina Park. Lots of entertainment in store. Will Sri Lanka level the series in game 2? Or will West Indies take an unassailable 2-0 lead? Join us then to find out. For now, though, we'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have lots more for you from the opening match. Do stay with us.
Special moment for the West Indies to go 1-0 up in the series, and it came via a son of the soil, Rodman Powell, with a monstrous 6. Off the bowling of Dilshan Madhushanka to win it for the West Indies, and in the end winning by 7 wickets. Quite a comprehensive win, although it wasn't as easy as it seemed going to the final over. And full credit to Sri Lanka, who battled back from 65 for 4 in that first innings to get past the 150 mark. And then, of course, the West Indies doing the bit to make these fans celebrate. Captain Shea Hope with a 12th T20 International, 50 to go along with 100. And Jason Holder, today's player of the match. 3 for 19 in 4 overs. That's some spell. Now, speaking of fast bowlers, Shamar Joseph, I don't think we can call this man a fast bowler. Just kidding. Carlos Brathwaite as well. Shamar, thanks a lot for joining us. You, as well as Jason Holder, were integral in breaking the back of that Sri Lanka team. Tell me about your thoughts coming to Sabina Park and also in T20 cricket as you continue to mature in the format.
Well, my thought is all about preparation. We had a game scenario back in Antigua where we held a 10-day camp. I think I have, I had enough time to prepare myself, a lot of white ball cricket, coming in to this year and a lot of series for us. So I think there was a good preparation for me there back in Antigua in the 10-day camp.
Carlos, you were at the World Cup in India. Don't just say nice things about him because he's here. How have you seen the development of Shamar Joseph as a T20 bowler?
Well, I want to ask him because what I've seen is the ability to now shift from a test bowler, line and length in the power play or early overs, to being a very skilled Yorker bowler. Do you trust your Yorker explicitly? It looks that way to us. And how have you gotten to that place of explicit trust?
I think I get to a stage where there's a lot of self-confidence, where I back my Yorker. I think that's my go-to delivery. And I think that I could run in at any state of the game, say I want to bowl a Yorker and to get out of any pressure of the game. So it's just a mindset, and I must remember something, where you finish with the last delivery. If you execute a good Yorker, you want to finish there again.
Shamar, we're seeing your wickets currently, and we've seen you go to that Yorker, but then supplement it with that good length. How do you decide when to bowl which delivery? As we see your pitch map as well, and just before you get in there, a lot of deliveries in between that 6 and 8 meter length, also shorter, and then a few in the yellow area, the Yorker length. So how do you decide?
I just think that the Sri Lanka batters, we did a lot of research and a lot of study on them also. I think going to the fuller delivery to them early up in the game, give you a better chance, as a bowler. So I put that at the back of my head, and I put that a lot in my workload. Even in practice, even bowling to our batters, I don't really, focus on our batters in the net. I bowl to what I want to execute in the game. So that's how I prepare myself for the game.
Carlos, how hard is it to bowl those Yorkers?
No, it's very difficult to run in, and the batter knows a Yorker is coming, and you still back yourself to execute a Yorker. I want to ask you though, Shamar, about an attacking line and length for you. I've seen as a couple of wickets fell, Shea Hope, skipper, got a slip in, and it felt as though you were motoring in, the rhythm was good. And we often say an attacking line and length. What does that mean to you?
But I just think in general in the game that I play, cricket is a muscle memory game. So I think naturally for me, I stick to my length. That's 6 meter on top of the off stump, trying to get the batter nick and also try to get him bowled down. So if the ball do anything from there, I'm always in the game.
I like it. And look, Shamar, it was not only you. Actually, all the seamers pulled their weight in different ways. Jason Holder was player of the match today, someone that I know you started the journey with in the test format. Tell me about how you complement each other as we look at his wickets and what he was able to do today.
So for us, we look up to Jason a lot. I know Jason is probably one of the most jovial guys we are around. When it comes to the game, the most thing he tells us is to just enjoy the game. There is no pressure. I mean, it's cricket at the end of the day. He will tell you you might get hit for one game, next game you come back. But he always tells us to just enjoy it. Stick to the basic. There's always a team plan. There's always a plan A and a plan B. If plan A doesn't work, you obviously have a plan B to go to. So, he's always at mid-on or mid-off, having that conversation with us and keep helping us throughout our game and our innings.
He's someone you captain, Carlos. So does that help when you have someone like him at mid-on and mid-off? Did it help you?
Yeah, 100%. And I was going to ask, what was the mindset when the runs were flowing? Sri Lanka got off to a good start, but I think you answered it right there and then. Having someone with that calm presence, the know-how, the experience, have done it before, to be able to do it, I think is very important. What and how do you see yourself moving forward as you go through your test career, all format? Can you see yourself in the future being that person at mid-on, mid-off, and offering a calm head and experience to a younger seamer?
Well, that's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, there's a lot of young seamers coming up in the game, and I'm always willing to help. I'm always willing to learn also. As I go forward, I always ask questions. I believe in asking questions because there are always opportunity to learn more. There's never too much to get to you. So Jason, for once, we will always mention Jason because he takes his time to have a sit and talk to you, especially before the series. He would always have a conversation. It might not always be about cricket, but we'll always have a conversation to get your mindset into the game.
Before we let you go, Shamar, I see Ravi Rampal patrolling the boundary rope. I know Darren Sammy's in constant discussion with you. What has been the messaging from the hierarchy in terms of your role with a World Cup in 2 years' time?
My role for the team, is just to run in a ball fast. And, Carlos would say, fire Babylon. So, that's just my role there. And I think it's been working well for me, even in white ball cricket, T20 and ODI, just to run in, hit that length and bowl fast as possible.
I want to just ask Carlos, did you ever bowl as quickly as Shamar Joseph in your life?
Maybe 1 or 2 deliveries, but they weren't speed guns possible, so you may not find it.
He's lying, guys. Shamar, thank you so much. Hopefully we'll have you back on the show going through this series. Really well bowled, and congrats on the win.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a short break. When we come back, more analysis. Don't go anywhere. We are smiling at Sabina. That is, of course, if you're a West Indian fan after the rain for the last week. We've had some sunshine today and dry weather. It means then that the West Indies win by 7 wickets to take a 1-0 series lead. Remember, Saturday and Sunday is where we conclude the series. Special performances, Hope and Holder. We've spoken a lot about the bowling so far in the show, but we must touch on the batting. And for the West Indies and Sri Lanka both had integral passages or sort of moments in the innings where it was pretty much the difference for the West Indies, especially. Stacey and Adams has joined us, so we've replaced one fast bowler with another. Stace, I'll start with you on the batting front. What did you take away from the way the West Indies chased on that total?
Well, I looked at King at the top. I think he did really well. I think he had a few chances that, didn't go Sri Lanka's way, and he capitalized on that. So I think that was good. And then I think Chase coming in, you would say that the role that he was supposed to play is just to anchor things because they lost 2 wickets and they just needed someone to just pull back the momentum from Sri Lanka and the spinners. So I would say, yes, he played his role, but you would ideally like him to go a bit quicker, and then Hope outstanding as usual.
Yeah, Carlos, a word on Shea Hope?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's more than one word, but you need more than one word to describe the brilliance of the man, and you can see he's added the dexterity with the tricks and the flicks. He's someone that is dependable, and it's not often that we talk about a West Indies batsman being dependable, but with him out there, everyone felt that we had a chance, and it's just a matter of who else will come in and assist him, and I think that speaks volume of the person that he is, but also the leader that he is.
Absolutely love the reverse ramp and that option coming into his repertoire. Stacey, we saw an interesting move from the West Indies. We didn't see Rutherford, we didn't see Shepherd or Holder with the bat. Did they make the right decision to send Chase at 4?
Well, that's what I discussed earlier. I think they were looking at the fact that the spinners were in operation and they didn't want them to continue that momentum. So they just wanted someone to just go in and just bat with Shea Hope, don't look to take on the big shots. But I think you have players like Rutherford and Shepherd who doesn't bowl a lot, so you expect them to be able to fill that batting role. So you do want to find these players, get them playing the role that you want them to be playing in that 2028 World Cup.
Yeah, I understand why it was done. I think when you look to India and the pitches there, we've seen the IPL and 200+ scores. It's back to old-fashioned T20 cricket where 160 can win you the game. And they asked Ross and Chase to go out there and nullify the spin, knowing that the power play was so good that West Indies were far ahead of the rate. Now, could Rosson have done a better job against the spin? We hear Shea Hope talking about the batters being a little bit more confident against spin, but he did his job. Could he have done it better, I think, is the question. The other question you'd ask is, if we were chasing 180, 190 on that pitch, do we have to send a Roston Chase to nullify, or can we trust our middle order batters, the ones with the power, to rotate strike as well as getting boundaries off bad balls? I think they're good enough, and we need to see that trust in them more often. We saw it in the World Cup, and it paid dividend in the group stage, and I want to see it here now as well in tougher conditions.
Coach Carlos has spoken. Now, one thing we've seen carry over from the ODI series, folks, is the captains, both of them standing out with bat. Kusal Mendes got the team off to a good start, and almost doing it in a different way in the Caribbean, Carlos and Stacey, because we're so used to him sweeping the ball, hitting the ball square. He's gone heavy down the ground. Stacey, what impressed you?
Yeah, it's the excellent in that vertical bat. Yes, he played some shots behind the wicket, but one of the things that impressed me is the way he just played the situation of the game. Yes, he didn't get to finish as well, but you saw that sort of maturity that you want to see from someone who has so many T20 games under his belt and captaincy as well.
Carlos, the main standout, though, for Sri Lanka with bat in hand, I know they didn't get enough, was Kamindu Mendes. They were 65 for 4. A man who started at 3 and 4 now has made this finishing position his own. Why?
I think he offers the ability to play these types of shots off the spin, but what I think he did really well as well was in between the boundaries, he got some twos and some singles and started to rotate strike really well and build a partnership. I think the only thing that was missing was the impetus before him and potentially a big finish after, and I think that is where he can improve. Add the power game to the smarts and you have a top-class middle-order batter in white ball cricket.
Right, now news for you, it's the same pitch as we used in this game, maybe some more turn. Also, some dew as well, dew formation, that could be critical going into Saturday. Let's remind you though in terms of what we've got coming up, because Sri Lanka will be looking to even the series. 7:30 p.m. local time is where we start. We are on air from 7. Do join us then. Saturday night special from Sabina. We will be here with your company, hopefully. This stadium hopefully will be full. Carlos, thank you. Stacey, thank you. Viewers at home, thank you. We'll see you soon.
from the heartbeat of Kingston to the theatre of Sabina Park. It's the first game, the opening chapter in this T20 International Series. West Indies against Sri Lanka. We're beaming live from this majestic stadium. Hello and welcome to all of you, wherever you may be. A little bit earlier, the coin fell in favor of Sri Lanka, and Kushal Mendes was more than happy to take first strike. Means then that the West Indies will have to chase a little bit later on. A nice little crowd has come in despite the previous two abandoned matches. This is Sri Lanka lineup for tonight. Jimmy Adams alongside me will go through this lineup.
Yeah, so starting at the top, this is probably going to be Nisanka and Kuspule to kick things off at the top for Sri Lanka. Captain Kusal Mendes in the middle with Pavan Ratnaika. And then they have the all-rounders, Kapmindo, Mendes, Shanaka and Hasaranga, who's also one of the two spinners, Tiksana being the other, the off spinner, and then the seam, Shamira, who bowls so well in the ODI series, Itan Mathlinga, and the left-arm seam of Madhushanka.
Yeah, from a West Indian perspective, they too have lots of options with the ball. In terms of the fast bowlers, 4 of them. The spin, that will be controlled by Akil Hussain and Ruston Chase. No Gudakesh Moti in tonight. Brandon King makes a return. A lot will be expected of Shehu Petmaya at number 3. Has been absolutely phenomenal. Look out for him and his fireworks. Rockman Powell at home as well. First ball of the T20 International Series. A little bit of a loosener. It will challenge the boundary. I don't think that it will get there. They'll be looking for 3. A good hustle, good start for Sri Lanka. He has protection in the deep. A couple of them. Does it bisect them? It does. Perfectly bisected those two fielders in the deep. Yeah, this time it will be 4. Yeah, short and dispatch. It will be 1 bounce for 4. He has a mid-on and very quickly picks that length onto the back foot. This time he makes connection, a whole lot of it. That's not a shot, that's a statement from Kushal Mendes. First 6 of the innings. And then that, wow. Back-to-back 6s. We had to wait 4 overs for it, but they came in succession. And that's all class from Kushal. Clean them up, what a response. That's experience for you.
Everybody happy to see this outcome, full and straight. Hitting the pad and deflecting onto the middle stump. Jason Holder gets the first Sri Lanka wicket to fall. He's happy. The West Indies are happy. The locals are happy. And Nisanka has to depart. He goes for 18. It's 43 for 1.
Huge shout. That looks adjacent. They're going to review it. They certainly will. Yes, review taken straight away.
Original decision not out, impact in line, wickets hitting. All right, we're going to need to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, you're going to change your decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
So confirmation, umpire Bassarat changing his decision, and the West Indies immediately get wicket number 2. Jason Holder elated. Excitement among the West Indies team, and Chris Pulle, who is debuting in the West Indies, he goes without scoring, and the score now 43 for 2.
Goes for it just over the leaping Rovman Powell. So he gets his inning started with a boundary. Now he picks this one up. There's a fielder lingering. He takes it. Oh! Just brilliance from Hetmaya. I'm sure the umpire would want to take another look at that.
Okay, catches it inside the boundary, grounded inside, releases the ball, still inside the boundary. All right, contact with the ball only made inside the boundary. I have a decision for the big screen, please.
A confirmation of Shimron Hetmeyer's brilliance on the square leg boundary. Ratnayaka has a short stay. He has to go back for 4 from 5 deliveries. Sri Lanka 49 for 3. Oh, it's an edge. It's an edge, but there's no one there. So it flies through to the boundary. Picks it up. And picks it up well. He has launched that over the cover area for a maximum. You're talking about him getting his flow? Perhaps he's just finding it back. Oh, he's foxed him. It's in the air. He takes it. A really well-judged catch by Ruston Chase.
Just reward. You have to sense moments. West Indies have sensed a moment. Kusha Mendes lost just a little bit of momentum, just off color. And Shamar Joseph was there, Ruston Chase was there. Kusha Mendes is no longer here with us, he's gone. Important wicket for the West Indies, 36 off 23, looking good. 65 for 4 Sri Lanka.
Goes again, makes really good connection this time. So wasn't too bothered by the fact that he didn't get it the first time. The second time around, nailed it.
The rebuild is on through the experience of Dasun Shanaka.
Don't get too tight there.
It's gone high and it's gone long. It's the power that we've associated with this man in the past couple of years. Hitting the gap by Kamindu Mendes, who is quite a good player of spin when he gets going. He's hit it so straight that even Jason Holder with his long strides can't get there. Again down the ground, more power. This one longer. 108 for 4. 2 called immediately. It'll be 4. Kamindu Mendes, this has been some innings.
In the air and gone. Ruston Chase again. Dasun Shanaka. The noose from Chase. Partnership broken.
Well, jubilation for Chase and the West Indies. Ruston Chase having the ball on the string, deciding to go wide. Saw Shanaka advancing. Shanaka left with only a hoik to leg. He got a leading outside edge, a thick outside edge, and an easy catch in the end for Robman Powell at backward point. Chase gets his wicket, and Shanaka has to go 22 off 23. Sri Lanka now 124 for 5.
Down the ground and straight and big and long and 6. Gone! Shamar Joseph again. And his skippers answered the call by taking the catch.
Excellent lines from Shamar Joseph. Very quick outside, off stump, 5th stump line, a bit of bounce, and a flash from Hasaranga, only getting an edge through to the wicket keeper, Captain Shai Hope. And another wicket falls for Sri Lanka. Hasaranga has to go for 3. Sri Lanka now 138 for 6.
It's high. I don't think he has enough. The hometown hero pouches it. Robman Powell. With the adulation of the crowd behind him, the appreciation of Jason Holder in front of him.
Another one gone.
Smart from Jason to hold the pace off once again, rolling it out of the back of his arm. Dikshana had to wait a long time before he could make contact. Didn't have any pace on it and ended up popping what was an easy catch in the end for Robman Powell, who takes it. So another wicket down. Dikshana goes for one. The score 139 for 7.
And again, they're trying to save a second to keep Kamindu Mendes off strike, and they don't. 50 for Kamindu Mendes of 37 deliveries. His 4th in T20 international cricket. And you never know how important these runs can be. It's not as straightforward a pitch as we think.
He goes high, there's a man underneath it. And in the end, 2 more runs. And it's going to be referred.
Alright, ball is in the glove. Wicket is broken, batter short of his ground. Okay, I have a decision for the big screen, please.
Kamindu Mendes goes, well played, 51 off 39, 144 for 8, Sri Lanka. Down the ground again, it's been excellent, absolutely fantastic. They're trying to sneak a single, it'll just result in a run out. 147 for 9. Once again, understanding fast bowling, knowing where and when to bowl that Yorker. Sam Malinga, tricky little character, trying to just sneak a single, but Shea Hope was well within his rights and kept his wits about him to effect the run out. Sri Lanka started well. Nisanka and Kusha Mendes got off to a flyer, but once that breakthrough was made by Jason Holden, it was back to back. Then they really didn't find anything of sorts until Kamindu Mendes and Dasun Shanaka's partnership of 50-odd. Kamindu Mendes getting to a half-century, but they're always flattered to deceive. Never really got out of second gear. 147 for 9.
West Indies bowling 3 wickets apiece for Holder and Shamar Joseph. Ruston Chase bowled very well for his 4 overs, 1 for 19, to restrict Sri Lanka to 147 for 9.
A target of 148. And as we've seen so many times, that man on screen will be mightily important to getting anywhere close to or surpassing and breaching that target. We will see you on the other side to see how West Indies fare.
Shai Hope really enjoying coming onto the front foot. Brandon King also a very sweet drive off the ball. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, are going to want to look to take wickets in this power play to see if they can make early inroads.
Spoke about the importance of wickets in this phase. Dilshan Madhushankar start things off. Bowling to Brandon King. Bit of an agricultural hike across the line, gets him going. It's a hold of this one. The first boundary comes up off the bat of the skipper. And then he pulls this majestically to the onside. Sublime. So gorgeous, such a visual splendor when he gets going, Shehope. And that is a top-class shot. Swan is high, it's in the air, but it's gone far enough. And that is the first maximum. Very expensive second over from Mudushanka. Badly lined and swatted away to the leg side. So King, after a bit of luck, is getting even more luck with that length and that line. This one is picked up. This one has been pulverized to the leg side. Look out there, our cameraman. And again, oh, that is some hitting from King.
That's 4 of them. Another boundary to the skipper. Classy as always, Shehope.
You see them celebrate this home crowd, enjoying every run that is scored, every boundary that is bludgeoned. This one, though, is all class from the classy Shehope. That ball is on middle stump, yet goes through extra cover. The way he contorts his body to manufacture that room.
Bolden, Hasaranga, and a familiar celebration. A familiar sight. West Indies losing a wicket to spin.
Simply amazing from Hasaranga. It's the googly. Maybe not pick, maybe pick, but either way goes through the gate. A remarkable record here in the Caribbean in T20s for Wawindu, as he's locally called. 37 for King, though. Impressive start, 67 for 1.
Smiling Shimron at number 3, a position we've seen in the World Cup. He played it with great gusto. A familiar matchup for him, and a familiar dismissal for Brandon King through the gate, trying to go across the line, potentially just trying to pick the gap between long on and deep mid wicket, but playing all around it. This is an important matchup. Down the ground, full toss. Evades the fielder and a boundary for Hetmeyer. It was a gift from Hasaranga, but dispatched beautifully.
Yeah, loose. Hetmeyer was a little bit surprised to get that delivery from Hasaranga, but still skillful enough to put it away. A gentle full toss, and again aiming straight. He's destructive at 3. You don't want to get him going. You need to get him out quickly.
Big again, big enough! 6 from Shimron to end the 7th, 79 for 1.
How does it feel to be in the stands? This is so rare.
It feels good, to be honest. You know, watching my teammates, you know, battling it out there, and you know, when you do the hard work over the years and you achieve so much for West Indies, you know, it brings pleasure coming and watching and hoping that, you know, they make all the fans happy. So I can't say that I want to be out there. I'm happy to be watching them doing well.
Dre, that's a 6 inspired by you. Shehope down the ground. Robbie, give me some commentary on that maximum. Tell me about that shot.
That was a beautiful shot straight down the ground over the bowlers there, you know what I mean? You know, it's Shehope in all his glory. You know, a very technical, gifted batsman, you know, from the Bayesian Shores. It was a beautiful shot down the ground, 6 runs.
Gavi, you gave us the rally around the West Indies last year. We need a song this year by CPL time.
Yeah, definitely. We're working on it, you know, we're definitely representing Jamaica.
It's straight to the fielder. It's a wicket. Shimron Hetmeyer, after all of the fireworks, has been dismissed, and it's silence in the crowd at Sabina.
Hetmeyer loses his wicket. It's 9 overs gone, 95 for 2.
Yeah, trying to take on the fielder in the deep. Simple enough catch. Was it needed? It's the way he plays though. And Hasaranga, that man, strikes again. 2 wickets for him, keeping his team in the contest. He goes for 17, 95 for 2.
It's a shot he's added to his arsenal, Sheho. It takes immense skill, and fitting that it takes him to a 12th T20 International 50 to go with 100. He's special.
And I love that action from Sheho. A bit of pressure created by way of some dots building up, and shows that he has other options in his artillery. Similar delivery to the first ball, looking for that Yorker length. Looking for that Yorker length and just laps it in that vacant fine leg, well, short third area.
And guess what? He replies in the most exquisite fashion, straight back down the ground. They should have been chanting earlier.
When the crowd has found the answer, the crowd has provided the impetus for Ruston Chase to stand and deliver to Ishak Malinga. It might not be the most aesthetically pleasing shot, but the result is exactly what his captain would have needed. That takes a little bit of pressure off the skipper at the other end.
And guess what? They're chanting again. They want another. Clean them up. What a riposte from Malinga. Bang on target, 6 and out. And I suppose the crowd, they're celebrating as well. I don't know why.
Excellent bowling this from Malinga. He has shown us his full repertoire in this over, electing now to go for full Yorker. Bang on the button, low into middle and off. And that's the end of Ruston Chase. Brilliant bowling from the Sri Lankan pacer. So that's another wicket for Sri Lanka. The 3rd wicket falls for the West Indies. Ruston Chase goes for 16. The score 128 for 3.
Fortuitous, but he'll take it. That's the value of being out there in the middle and doing all the hard work. Sometimes you create your own luck.
The West Indies needed that. The West Indies desperately needed a boundary from anywhere, and anywhere is where it came from. Shai-Hope going across, aiming for deep square leg. Despair from Sri Lanka, and that boundary brings the West Indies within striking distance. Tension on the Sri Lankan bowler Madhushanka. Can he get it right? He knows Rovman Powell is one of the strongest hitters in world cricket in this format. And there it goes. There it goes. Rovman Powell has finished this game in true Rovman Powell style, muscling it over deep mid-wicket, and it's gone. The game has been won by the West Indies here in the first T20 International at Sabina Park. Well batted Sheho, well batted Rovman Powell.
Jamaica has been quite rainy over the last few days. No rains tonight. Hope unbeaten on 65, a wonderful opening partnership with Brandon King. 67 was that platform laid. Hetmeyer 17 from 9, quick fire. Ruston Chase with those 16 from 26. Put a little bit of pressure on the West Indies at the back end, and then Rovman Powell with that 6 to end the contest with some 4 deliveries remaining.
Well, they were in the game right up until the end, but credit to Hasaranga again with his 2 wickets for 32. Thikshana was tight and tidy, only going for 20 from his 4. But in the end, they were just short. Not enough runs on the board, and they ran into West Indian captain who set his stall out and batted right through. Brave effort, but not enough.
Right, so that is how match 1 panned out. Sri Lanka won 4-7 for 9. West Indies won 4-9 for 3 with 4 deliveries remaining. A win for the West Indies by 7 wickets. Only the 5th win chasing since 2015 in 15 attempts for the West Indies.